Chapter 877. Qin Feng naturally saw the words on the mirror. Qin Feng was secretly filled with killing intent. As the saying went, a day together as husband and wife meant endless devotion for the rest of your life. Now, he had made up his mind. He could not stay out of this. Master sent a letter. Princess Yuqian stood up and put on a few pieces of clothing. She hurriedly stood up and walked out. At this moment, Qin Feng could feel the surging emotions in her heart. Her killing intent was so strong that it seemed to have materialized. Outside the moonless forest, a huge blood-red black hole seemed to be born in the sky. From the endless blood-red black hole, a steady stream of bee-like monsters flew out. Ordinary monsters would feel their souls throbbing just by looking at the blood-red black hole from afar. They would find it hard to breathe. It was like a blood-red star. This was the Moon Eclipse Demon Race's main camp. Blood Moon World. Outside the Blood Moon World, there were several figures that looked like ancient existences from countless dimensions. The Blood Moon King, many Moon Eclipse experts, the Moon Demon, and an ancient existence were all present. Ruler, the second young lords are all here. As long as the Silver Moon clan has internal strife, we will be the first to rush in and seize the moonless forest. The Blood Moon King respectfully said to the Moon Demon. As the king of a clan, the Blood Moon King looked abnormally humble, like a lowly servant. On the side, many Moon Eclipse elders were expressionless, their expressions indifferent. The Moon Demon's expression was cold as she glanced at the Blood Moon King. The Blood Moon King was arrogant by nature, and he was an ancient level 8 world king. He was extremely difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for several epochs of planning and some coincidental factors, she might not have been able to completely subdue the Moon Eclipse demon race. As if he felt the Moon Demon's indifferent gaze, the Blood Moon King's heart twitched. Even though he was filled with hatred, the Blood Moon King didn't show it on his face. Instead, he was unusually respectful. At this moment, in the deepest part of his saint's soul, there was an ancient talisman that had fused into his saint's soul like a vine. It was connected to the Moon Law. He could sense that as long as there was anything wrong, the Moon Demon could make him beg for death with just a thought. Right now, it wasn't just him. Most of the elders of the Moon Eclipse race present had this ancient curse called the Lunar Curse. This was an ancient curse that originated from the moon. Any existence that cultivated the laws of moon would not be able to escape from this terrifying moon curse. The Blood Moon King had also secretly tried to find a way to remove the curse. However, even with the foundation of the Moon Eclipse Demon Clan, he could not find a way to remove the curse. He only knew that this Moon Demon was born in ancient times. It seemed to have devoured the Moon Star's life for many generations. It possessed a special essence that was not inferior to the demonic god. In order to resolve this essence, one had to either abolish one's own supreme laws or find an existence whose essence was superior to this level. However, according to our intelligence, Xingqian School has already received the Silver Moon Clan's request for reinforcements. I believe that it won't be long before not only Xingqian School, but also the Silver Moon Clan's experts outside will quickly return. We don't have much time left. At most, we only have half a day. Once the time is up, our clan will completely fall into a passive position. The Blood Moon King's expression was grave. Even the Blood Moon King was extremely fearful of Xingqian School. Only the masters of large forces like them knew how terrifying such an existence was. The Moon Demon felt the fear in the Blood Moon King's eyes. How could she not be afraid? Xingqian School was one of the ancient sects that had spanned countless eras. Since the Ziwei era, it had been one of the overlords of the land since ancient times. Countless ancient emperors were born and died. Many demonic gods were born. After so many eras, its foundation was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Of course, Xingqian School's performance had always been lukewarm. At first glance, it did not seem like much. However, in reality, the Moon Demon knew how terrifying these ancient sects were. She glanced at the Blood Moon King. With her hands behind her back, she stood above the blood-red black hole as if she was the master of the Blood Moon. Her faint voice entered the ears of many experts of the Blood Moon. Don't worry. Half a day is enough. I have set up the Silver Moon clan for thousands of years. This time, I found a way to transfer most of the experts away. It's foolproof. Blood Moon King. The mission of your Moon Eclipse clan is to delay the experts of the Silver Moon clan and the reinforcements from Shingshan School. By time for me. Hearing that, many of the Moon Eclipse clan's old antiques relaxed. However, their eyes were still filled with fear. She had set up for thousands of years. This patience and foresight. It was extremely terrifying. No wonder the Moon Eclipse clan fell in her hands. The Blood Moon King shuddered in his heart. On the side, another ancient existence that looked like a boy was sitting cross-legged on a fiery red cauldron that looked like the sun. He glanced at the Moon Demon. Moon Demon, I didn't expect you to be so patient. After so many eras, the Moon Clan was at its peak. However, you devoured and destroyed them one by one. New Moon Royal Clan, Moon God Clan, Moon Golden Toad Clan, Moon Rabbit Clan. Now, most of the Moon Clan's providence has been gathered by you. Flames flickered in the boy's eyes. He looked chubby and adorable. However, the vicissitudes of life that flashed in his eyes were enough to drown one in the vicissitudes of life. Actually, at your level, even if you don't destroy the Silver Moon Clan, I don't think anyone can compete with you for the position of Moon God. Sun King, your foresight is still lacking. Although we are about the same in terms of strength, in terms of providence and comprehension of providence, you are far too lacking. Of course, you are right. Most of the Moon Clan has been destroyed and devoured by me. However, you should know that as my providence and providence increase, the remaining Moon Clan's forces also increase greatly. This is the case for the Silver Moon Clan. In the last era, they suffered a great calamity and were almost completely wiped out. However, even so, they came back from the dead 7 times. They even received an olive branch from Shingshan School and prospered because of that. Even now, there are many experts. There are even a few 9th-level heavenly sons. Even a great master from Shingshan School prophesied that there will be people with great opportunities in this era who have the hope of attaining Tao. The Moon Demon's eyes were extremely cold. This was what she could not tolerate. It seems like you have no choice but to destroy this clan. The boy called Sun King closed his eyes and sighed softly. He felt that it was a pity. In the past, he had many dealings with the ancestors of the Silver Moon Clan. If possible, he was willing to help this clan. Of course, this time, everyone in the Silver Moon Clan will die, especially the Queen of the Silver Moon Clan and the Silver Moon Royal Clan. Only by destroying the Royal Clan can we truly destroy this clan. Also, there is the Moon Osmanthus ancestral spiritual root, which is a quasi-god spiritual root of the moon element. Speaking of the Moon Osmanthus ancestral spiritual root, a strange look flashed across the Moon Demon's eyes. There's more later. Chapter 878. Moon Laurel. This was the Silver Moon clan's spirit root. A quasi-god spirit root of the Moon faction had unimaginable uses. This was also what the Moon Demon coveted the most. She had another quasi-god spirit root of the Moon faction in her body. Blood Moon Divine Wood. This was another ancestral wood of the Moon faction. According to the Moon Demon's plan, as long as it devoured the Moon Lunar Osmanthus of the Silver Moon Royal family, the Blood Moon Divine would most likely be able to replenish all of its providence, fate, and even its origin to become a divine spiritual root. A divine spirit root was equivalent to a true spirit, equivalent to a god fiend. Seeing the Moon Demon's expression, the Sun King's expression gradually turned cold. As an old monster that had existed since ancient times, he wasn't a kind person. Since he was going to act, he naturally had to eliminate the source of trouble. In the cold Moon Palace, Qin Feng was shocked through Princess Yuqin's vision. That Moon Demon actually placed so many pawns in the Silver Moon royal family. At the bottom of the stairs in the cold Moon Palace, close to 40 to 50 Silver Moon elites appeared. Qin Feng was familiar with most of these people. Through Yu-Ji, he had met a few of them before. Among them, 3 of the Silver Moon clan's 9 great commanders were here. Among the Grand Elders, Fourth Elder Tian Shuning and Fifth Elder Chu Yuefeng were among them. There were also some middle and lower elite elites. Most of them held important positions in the Silver Moon royal family and held important positions. It was easy to imagine the impact of the sudden rebellion of so many Silver Moon experts. Elder Tan, Elder Chu, I didn't expect you to be master's people as well. Princess Yuqian was surprised. Fourth Elder Tian Shuning and Fifth Elder Chu Yuefeng looked at each other. Their eyes flickered with a layer of blood-red silver light visible to the naked eye. Second Princess, aren't we the same? We're all on the same boat. Second Princess, stop talking nonsense. If you delay the ruler's important matters, neither of us can afford to be punished. Fourth Elder Tian Shuning went straight to the point, her tone cold. Obviously, she didn't think much of the princess. Princess Yuqian raised her brows, inwardly furious. However, he also knew the severity of the matter. Now was not the time to be calculative. Since that's the case, then everyone will act according to master's orders. Leave the heavenly sacred mountain to me and the two elders. As for my eldest sister, Yu Ji, I'll leave it to Zhang Laning, Lin Jinfeng, and Ji Qinyu. You must hold her back. It's best if you can find a way to seal her. The rest of you will lead your men to wreak havoc everywhere, create chaos, and create opportunities for reinforcements outside. As long as we let in the Moon Eclipse Demon Clan expert from outside, the situation will change. Princess Yuqian paused for a moment before continuing. If this consort becomes the empress, this consort will definitely not forget the contributions of everyone here. The expressions of many experts changed. Many of them felt disdain in their hearts. However, out of consideration for their relationship, they still responded. Thank you, Second Princess. We will do our best. The crowd silently dispersed, leaving only Princess Yuqian, Tian Shunying, and Chu Yuefeng in front of the Cold Moon Palace. Inside the second princess's body, Qin Feng watched this scene coldly and did not stop it. He did not come to the Silver Moon royal family to be a good person. His mission was only to protect Yu Ji, the Queen of Silver Moon. Qin Feng did not care about the lives of others. The reason why he did this was because of that one-night encounter with the Queen of Silver Moon. Let's go. The two of them were filled with excitement. Glancing at the fourth elder, Tian Shunying, and the fifth elder, Chu Yuefeng, Princess Yuqian took the lead and flew towards the sacred mountain in the center of the moon reflection lake. Qin Feng could feel that this princess's body was currently filled with negative thoughts that could topple mountains and overturn seas. She was excited, agitated, and filled with killing intent. She could not wait to sit on the throne of the Queen of Silver Moon. What a foolish woman. That moon demon is an evil god. How can he be kind? I'm afraid that when the Silver Moon clan is destroyed, you will lose your value. I'm afraid that there will only be one outcome. You will die without a burial ground. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. He did not stop her. Instead, he used the heart demon technique to slowly erode Princess Yuqian's soul. He had been trying to erode and demonize this kind of reincarnated star. Qin Feng could feel that if he could demonize this kind of reincarnated star, it would be immeasurably beneficial to the development of the demonic path. This was a top-notch demonic path seed. However, the reincarnated star was protected by the light of the stars. Even with Qin Feng's strength, he could not do anything to it for the time being. A moment later, Princess Yuqian, the fourth elder, Tian Shunying, and the fifth elder, Chu Yuefeng, flew across the moon reflection lake and arrived at the sacred mountain. The giant sacred mountain was like an ancient mountain, supporting the heavens and earth. The power of space. Even through Princess Yuqian's body, Qin Feng could feel a special power of space. More accurately, it was as if he had entered another world. It seems that the heavenly sacred mountain has other wonders. The moon reflection lake and the sacred mountain seemed to be extremely far apart, but in reality, they were extremely far apart. It was just that the power of space had blinded one's vision. In this realm, the rich power of the heavenly stars was almost visible to the naked eye. Huge, heavenly stars shot down from the sky, materializing into solid starlight that filled this realm. Sensing carefully, Qin Feng sensed that this realm was somewhat familiar. The rich power of the stars also carried a vigorous vitality, filled with a primeval wood qi. The wood ancestor. This is the wood ancestor's spirit realm. Qin Feng was secretly surprised. In the Golden Light Nation, he had encountered such an encounter once. The spirit domain power that the two wood progenitors exuded was the same. They also possessed the primeval vitality that only the wood progenitors possessed, the ancient wood energy. This is going to be interesting. Qin Feng laughed inwardly. With the wood ancestor's protection, he probably would not need to do anything this time. The three of them flew along the way. A moment later, they arrived in front of a palace that resembled a moon palace. This palace was built on a stone cliff. The heavenly moonlight shone down from the sky, faintly illuminating an ancient laurel tree, emitting a silver-white brilliance. In this silver-white brilliance, just a faint whiff of it seemed to be able to calm one's heart and prevent all demons from being born. Even an inner demon like Qin Feng could not help but feel his power greatly reduced when he sensed this divine light. It was as if there was nowhere to hide. Fortunately, Princess Yuqian's negative emotions were overwhelming, and her inner demon was at its peak, so he was not exposed. Looking at the ancient laurel tree with slight greed, the three of them landed in front of the palace. In front of the palace, a woman in green opened her eyes and looked at the three of them, frowning. Second Princess, Tian Shunning, Chui Wefong, why are you here? Did something happen? The three of them were very familiar with this woman in green. She was one of the personal guards of the Queen of Silver Moon, Bien Levian. Princess Yuqian immediately revealed an anxious expression and said in a panic, Bien Levian, quickly informed the Queen Mother to come out of seclusion. The three commanders have rebelled, and Big Sister has been severely injured by them. Her life is in danger. If the Queen Mother does not come out soon, Moonless Forest will not be able to be defended. Chapter 879. What? The first princess was injured? How is that possible? Bien Levian exclaimed. Bien Levian, stop talking nonsense. Zhang Lanying, Lian Jinfeng, and Ji Chenyu have rebelled. The seventh elder is trying his best to control the situation. We should quickly ask the Empress to come out and take charge. Princess Yuqian was filled with worry, but in fact, her heart was filled with murderous intent. She was observing Bien Levian's expression. Once Bien Levian's expression changed, she would definitely kill her. As the Queen of Silver Moon's guard, Bien Levian's strength was not weak. She was a 5th-level Holy King. Such an existence, no matter where it was, would be an overlord. Bien Levian had obviously fallen for the trap. She did not suspect Princess Yuqian and the other two. Yuqian and the other two secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Creak. The palace door was opened by Bien Levian. Please wait for a moment. I will ask the Empress to come out of seclusion. We won't trouble you, guard Bien. The palace door was opened by Bien Levian using a secret technique. Fourth Elder Tian Shunying's eyes flashed with a bloody light. She suddenly revealed a sinister smile. She understood instantly. A blood-red talisman appeared in her hand. Wrapped in a bloody light, it suddenly blasted toward the defenseless Bien Levian's back. The talisman lined up and suddenly disappeared into Bien Levian's body. Tian Shunying, what are you doing? Bien Levian suddenly reacted. What did you do to me? She shouted loudly. She found that she couldn't move at all. The blood-red talisman merged into her body and turned into a beam of pure blood-red light. It devoured more than half of her essence blood and saint soul in an instant and turned into a strange blood-red power. It was like a bloody moon. Her eyes were filled with fear. She was only one step away from her saint soul being completely devoured. It seemed to have turned into a bloody moon. A strange bloody light flashed in her eyes. She regained her composure. Glancing at Yuqian and the other two, she nodded. She opened the door and let the three of them in. Then, she walked toward the Empress's place of seclusion. This technique seems to be a technique from the Blood River. Qin Feng clearly felt that the power of the bloody light was unusually familiar. It was similar to the Azura blood force he had cultivated. His Blood River force could also erode flesh and saint souls to achieve this kind of control. Moreover, the Azura blood power in his body was even purer. This moon demon seems to have comprehended a portion of the Blood River law, or they might as well rely on the Blood River law. Qin Feng only knew a little about the rules. Laws were the domain of fiend gods. Saints comprehended the laws, while god fiends established and promoted the laws. For example, the martial Tao and the shaman Tao. The Buddhist Tao laws of the past also had the potential to become nomological laws. However, they were collected and scattered by others, causing the laws to split and unable to change qualitatively to become nomological laws. Every law represented a supreme being of the supreme Tao. The law of the Blood River originated from the Blood River. It was rumored that the Blood River was the territory of an ancient existence. The Azuras, demons, and many other monsters in the Blood River were the children of the Blood River promoted by the law of the Blood River. Anyone who comprehended the power of the Blood River, the power of Azura, or the pure power of blood, was a generalization of the Blood River law. If someone proved their Tao as a fiend god and became a fiend god under the law of the Blood River, then the law of the Blood River would increase by 1 point. If the law grew to a certain extent, it would become a god system, and the ruler of the law would be a main god-level existence. Of course, Qin Feng only guessed this from some unofficial history. This was the spirit domain of the fiend gods. Qin Feng did not have the ability to come into contact with this realm for the time being. However, Qin Feng had some doubts that the moon demon might have already joined the Blood River. To be able to live for many generations and not reincarnate so many times, it was obviously not an ability that an ordinary fiend god had. Perhaps only the Blood River had such a heaven-defying ability. If she joined the law of the Blood River, then Qin Feng's mind quivered. This could be the scheme of some supreme being in the Blood River. If he ruined the great plan of that being, Qin Feng's eyes were solemn. Even with his current cultivation, he was still an ant in front of those fiend god-level wills. After everything went smoothly for a long time, Qin Feng remembered that in the later stage of the Golden Era, there would be all kinds of ancient beings emerging one after another. Those ancient existences also hoped to borrow the power of these rare epics to become the legendary sovereigns. However, this is only a guess. With the ancient beings in the Blood River, they might not be able to interfere without restraint. The Spirit Sea realm is incomparably powerful. Even fiend god-level existences cannot interfere directly. At most, they could set up a trap in the dark, the heart demon pondered. Bien Levian, who was corroded by the Blood River, brought Princess Yuqian and the rest to the inner court. Bien Levian, who was corroded by the Blood River, had already become an existence like the Blood River's puppet to a certain extent. Her flesh and even her saint's soul had turned into a wisp of flickering bloodlight. The reason why she maintained her original appearance was because of the disguise of the bloodlight. Under the divine tree, another guard, Bien Jinyan, stood up. She frowned and looked at Bien Levian and scolded. "Second sister, how can you be so ignorant? When the queen is in seclusion, how can you casually beat people into the Moon Palace? Do you know where this place is? Eldest sister, this is an emergency. The Moonless Forest is rebelling." Zhang Lanying, Lian Jinfeng, and Ji Qinyu, the three great commanders, injured the first princess and colluded with the Moon Eclipse Demon Clan. Now, the Moonless Forest is in danger. The most important thing now is to ask the queen to take charge of the situation. As she spoke, she approached the defenseless Bien Jinyan. A wisp of bloodlight suddenly flashed in her eyes, and she turned into a beam of bloodlight and pounced on Bien Jinyan. She suddenly entered Bien Jinyan's body. The bloodlight turned, and Bien Jinyan turned into an empty shell. Even her flesh and saint soul were devoured by the bloodlight and turned into nourishment. As sisters, the two of them had protected each other for thousands of years. They were almost inseparable. Who would have thought that the other party would suddenly launch a sneak attack? Suddenly, Bien Jin turned into a pool of blood. However, before she died, there was still a trace of disbelief on her face. The blood light turned, and Bien Levine's figure suddenly appeared. Countless dense blood light appeared on her body, as if it had dyed the void blood red. It was obvious that her strength had increased greatly. Princess Yuqian, Tian Shunying, and Chu Yuefang looked at each other and were secretly shocked. Although they had also refined the power of the Blood Moon, they did not have such a remarkable ability. No wonder my master was so confident. It turns out that the existence transformed by the Blood Sea Divine Talisman can come. Princess Yuqian was surprised. It's just an illusory power. Qin Feng looked at the scene coldly. This body of blood light had unparalleled, remarkable abilities and tyrannical strength. It could also devour flesh and saint souls to increase its strength. However, it definitely could not pass the tribulation. Once it broke through, it would most likely die from the Heaven's Decay 5. Second Princess, please go and wake the Queen up. I can't wait to devour her flesh and blood. There's more later. Thanks to Brother Wan Fu for the tip. Another Hall Master is born. Chapter 880. Bien Levine looked as if her strength had increased greatly. After devouring her sister, she didn't look guilty at all. Instead, she looked even more sinister and greedy. Princess Yuqian and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Qin Feng saw it clearly. Bien Levine had been devoured by the bloodlight. Although she still had her original memories, she had become someone else's bloodlight clone. Who cares who you are? Princess Yuqian hurriedly went forward. The heart demon body could sense that Princess Yuqian's heart was filled with both fear and excitement. She was afraid of Bien Levine's terrifying and strange methods. She was excited that her scheme was about to succeed. Under the palace gate of the inner court, there was a platform. The densest light of the moon star on the entire moon peak gathered here. This was also the core of the moon peak. Only by refining the core of the moon platform palace could one completely control the moonless forest. This place was surrounded by countless profound and terrifying restrictions, formations, and mechanisms. Even an ancient evil god like the moon demon would be badly injured if he chose to force his way in. However, there was another treasure in front of the moon platform palace. It was called the Awakening Bell. Once it was rung, even those in seclusion who were in deep cultivation would be awakened by the sound of the bell. The most amazing thing was that the sound of the bell was thought-provoking. It was like the evening drum and morning bell. One wouldn't become a demon just because they were forcefully awakened. Dang! Dang! Princess Yuqian went forward and entered the moon platform palace with 3 rings. Above the moon platform palace, the 4 of them looked at the exposed moon platform palace with a serious expression. Whether they could succeed or not depended on this. However, if the Queen of Silver Moon sensed the abnormality in advance, none of them would have a good ending. Boom! An hour later, while the 4 of them were waiting anxiously, the gate of the moon platform palace suddenly opened. A beautiful and luxurious figure appeared at the entrance of the palace. Noble, graceful, and dignified. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but be a little dazed and jealous from afar. This woman was none other than the Queen of Silver Moon. The moment the Queen of Silver Moon appeared, Qin Feng, who was hiding in Princess Yuqian's body, changed his expression. He sensed an extremely intimate connection. It was as if they were connected by blood. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Following the source of this connection, his gaze landed on the beautiful Queen of Silver Moon at the door. Finally, his gaze locked onto the Queen of Silver Moon's lower abdomen, which didn't seem to have any abnormalities at all. Could it be? His expression was strange, as if he was surprised and happy at the same time. His state of mind was so agitated that he was almost exposed to the natal star and was injured by the lunar star. Queen Mother, Queen, Princess Yuqian, Bien Levian, 4th Elder Tian Shunying, and 5th Elder Chu Yuefang hurriedly bowed. But in reality, he was pleasantly surprised. The Queen of Silver Moon's beautiful face was filled with coldness. She glanced at the four people, her willowy eyebrows like cold swords. I already know about this. The Moon Eclipse Demon Clan invaded, and the three great commanders rebelled. I didn't expect them to be so bold as to collude with the Moon Eclipse Demon Clan. The Queen of Silver Moon's brows were filled with anger and confusion. The 9 great commanders were all experts who were absolutely loyal to the Silver Moon Clan. Why would they rebel for no reason and collude with the Moon Eclipse Demon Clan? Could they have been secretly controlled by some special ability? The Queen of Silver Moon had some guesses, but she still decided to do it herself. She didn't notice that Bien Levian was slowly approaching. Suddenly, she turned into a bloody light and charged at the Queen of Silver Moon. Oh no! Qin Feng was shocked. He recovered from his surprise and was about to make a move. But at that moment, someone was faster than him. A divine light that could freeze heaven and earth was suddenly born in the courtyard. Is that the lunar divine wood? Oh no! It's the lunar laurel. Damn it. Everyone attack at the same time. Princess Yuqian, Tian Shunying, and Chu Yuefang attacked almost at the same time. 3 rays of Blood Moon Law slashed at the defenseless Queen of Silver Moon like bloody blades that could split heaven and earth. The Queen of Silver Moon was shocked. Her eyes flashed with disbelief, anger, and confusion. Light as a feather, a beam of divine light swept over like a sword. Everywhere it passed, the wind froze and the ground froze. It was as if the ground had been frozen. The blood light that was about to pounce towards the queen was suddenly frozen. Following that, the 3 blood blades formed from the Blood Moon Law, as well as Princess Yuqian, Tian Shunying, and Chu Yuefang, were all frozen. Boom! It was as if several huge blocks of transparent ice had suddenly fallen to the ground, causing a loud rumble. Queen, you are too careless. I have already told you that as a ruler, you can't be soft-hearted. Yuqian looks beautiful and intelligent, but she is vicious and merciless. She is as venomous as a scorpion. You have indulged her too many times. Sooner or later, something big will happen. A faint voice came from the lunar divine tree. It carried a chill that could freeze heaven and earth. It was so cold that there wasn't a trace of warmth. The Queen of Silver Moon's beautiful face was gloomy. She raised her head and saw a layer of white light emerge from the tiny divine wood. A beautiful woman in white clothes walked out of the laurel. The lunar primordial spirit. Although Princess Yuqian was frozen, Qin Feng's heart demon body could still operate. Senior Chong, she? The Queen of Silver Moon seemed to be very familiar with the lunar primordial spirit. She turned around and looked at Princess Yuqian with her ugly eyes. Blood was thicker than water. She never expected Princess Yuqian to bring people to plot against her. There was even Bien Levian, her personal maid, and the 2 grand elders, Tian Shunying and Chu Yuefang. Senior Changshi, what is going on? The Queen of Silver Moon still couldn't believe that these familiar faces would plot against her, especially that terrifying blood-red light. After pondering for a moment, the lunar primordial spirit, called Changshi, said, "That might be an old friend of mine. Queen, now is not the time to dwell on this matter. You should think of a way to eliminate the internal strife in Moonless Forest. Otherwise, the Silver Moon clan will be wiped out soon." The Queen of Silver Moon's eyes turned cold. Through the source of Moonless Forest, the scene in Moonless Forest naturally couldn't be hidden from her. With the rebellion of the 3 great commanders and a portion of the powerhouses, the entire Moonless Forest had begun to fester. If it wasn't stopped in time, even if the Silver Moon clan could survive this calamity, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Boom! At this moment, the frozen bloody light suddenly exploded. The 2 women looked over and saw the bloody light suddenly appear in the void and transform into a human form. Bien Levian's blood-red eyes looked at the Queen of Silver Moon with extreme evil. Her aura began to soar, and a dense blood-red light appeared around her like a blazing blood moon. Her aura climbed steadily. 5th level Peak Holy King, 6th level Great Sage, 7th level Earth Sage, 8th level World King. In the blink of an eye, she reached the 8th level World King realm and turned into a river of blood that rushed towards the Queen of Silver Moon. Not good. The will of the Blood Moon Ancestor has descended. The Blood Moon Ancestor was the Blood Moon Divine Tree's primordial spirit. The two had fought for countless epochs, and Chang, she was very familiar with the Blood Moon Ancestor's aura. Chang, she sucked in a breath of cold air. The Blood Moon Ancestor's primordial spirit true body had actually descended and personally launched a sneak attack. With a roar, she stood in front of the Queen of Silver Moon. Jeej, Changshi, this time you won't be able to escape. Not only will you die, but the entire Silver Moon clan will be destroyed. With a cold and cruel smile, the grand bloody light rushed down, and in the next moment, Chang, she was submerged in the river of blood. Wait a moment, there's more. Chapter 881. Hee. Changshi, do you think I don't know about your existence? These little fellows' sneak attacks are just bait. You are the big fish that I want to catch. The Blood Moon Patriarch laughed sinisterly and turned into a bloody light. Huge power surged faintly, and the bloody light was like countless tree roots that were as thick as a dragon's body. In the blink of an eye, it entangled the Lunar Origin Spirit. The Lunar Origin Spirit was not an ordinary person. When she was suddenly attacked, a layer of materialized lunar law appeared on her body. Suddenly, it was like a divine saber, and wherever it passed, the bloody light was torn apart. She had already cultivated the great Een saber to an unimaginable level. The saber light slashed layer by layer, and even the bloody light that the Blood Moon Patriarch turned into could not get close. You actually cultivated the lunar law to such a realm? The Blood Moon Patriarch attacked several times, but could not get close. His expression became more and more serious. At this moment, he had already lost the opportunity. His face was filled with anger, and he did not dare to. Blood Moon Patriarch, schemes and tricks are not a grand path after all. You must know that one force can defeat 10. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks cannot withstand a single blow. An ice-cold aura that could split heaven and earth was gradually emitted from Patriarch Changshi's body. Boom! The saber light swept across, and the void seemed to be completely torn apart. The Blood Moon Patriarch roared furiously and turned into a bloody light to retreat. However, it was still a little too late. The extremely ferocious lunar saber froze the void wherever it passed. The saber light seemed to have cut through time and the universe, and there was nowhere to escape. It directly slashed the Blood Moon Patriarch's primordial spirit amidst his anger and fear. Boom! Ah! A shrill scream sounded. One saber slashed into two. What a ferocious saber! Princess Yuqin thought. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with a hint of coldness. Such a terrifying saber had already surpassed time and space. Indeed, as the Lunar Origin Spirit said, it had already reached a terrifying realm. One force can defeat 10. Originally, according to the true martial grade of the lunar saber, it was impossible to reach such power. It could only be said that the Lunar Origin Spirit had walked very far on this saber. This saber could freeze time and cut everything. The saber intent was enough to shatter the sky. Qin Feng felt that even with his 8 desolation indestructible body, he would have to pay a great price if he was hit by this blade. The Great Moon Original Spirit glanced at the Blood Moon Origin that was exposed in the void. This was the core of the Blood Moon Divine Tree, the Great Moon Ancestral Wood Origin. A hint of joy appeared on her face. The Blood Moon Primordial Spirit was also a quasi-god level spirit root. Just like her, it was also a top-notch moon elemental spirit root. After devouring this origin source, it would only be a matter of time before she advanced to a divine spiritual root. A divine grade spiritual root was equivalent to a celestial demon. Boundless lunar cold light swept out and suddenly pulled the 2 halves of the blood moon into the huge lunar laurel divine tree, causing the silvery white spiritual roots leaves to carry a trace of blood mist. Silver and blood colors intertwined as if they were nurturing the most profound mysteries. At this moment, it was like a living, legendary lunar cultivation method. Any martial Tao expert will be able to gain great benefits for watching this. Congratulations, Senior Chong Shi. I didn't think that the Moon Demon would actually give you such a great benefit. The Queen of Silver Moon had already recovered from the shocking change. She was also happy for the lunar primordial spirit's opportunity. If the Silver Moon clan could have another divine grade spiritual root to stabilize their fate, their day of prosperity would be just around the corner. Queen, don't be happy too early. I have followed the moon god since ancient times, and I know the moon demon very well. She is extremely cunning, vicious, and shrewd. She is very clear that the blood moon is definitely not my opponent. This move is definitely not that simple. The Great Moon original spirit's face was not as optimistic as expected. You are saying that devouring the Blood Moon ancestor was part of her plan? The Queen of Silver Moon's face changed. When Qin Feng heard that, he was also moved. Bang! In the next moment, a piece of ice beside him suddenly shattered. You're indeed Chong Shi. You have followed my sister for so long, and only you know me the best. However, it is already too late. A strange chuckle seemed to come from all directions. It was the fourth elder, Tian Shunnying. At this moment, she slowly broke open the ice. She was dressed in black, and her originally delicate face was suddenly filled with a seductive force that seemed to come from the deepest part of the darkness. Streaks of blood-red light rose from her body. Like the deepest and darkest moon, an extremely powerful aura spread out. The entire Tai Yin Peak seemed to have solidified, as if it was frozen. Moon Demon, the Great Moon original spirit, was like a beautiful white moon, and the power of a peak level 9 sage son of heaven exploded from her body, helping the Queen of Silver Moon block the pressure of the aura. The Queen of Silver Moon's face was pale. Under the immense pressure, she was almost unable to resist. Changshi, long time no see. The Moon Demon looked indifferently at the original spirit in white, who was like the lunar goddess. Moon Demon, as long as I am here, you can forget about harming the queen. Changshi's expression was cold as she stared at the Moon Demon. The Moon Demon laughed. This is not up to you. Furthermore, can you still stop me now? At this moment, a streak of blood-red light burst out from the Great Moon original spirit's body, causing her aura to become unstable and fluctuate violently. The Great Moon original spirit's expression changed abruptly, but it recovered in the next moment. The Blood Moon original spirit is devouring me. Qin Feng saw it clearly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Obviously, the Blood Moon ancestor was sold out by his own master. He was treated as an abandoned pawn. The Great Moon original spirit swallowed the Blood Moon ancestor and had the potential to advance to a god-level spirit root. However, this required time to refine and suppress the remnant will of the Blood Moon ancestor. Qin Feng had to admit that he admired the Moon Demon. This evil god was ruthless, sacrificing a quasi-god-level spirit root wood ancestor. Such boldness. Even Qin Feng could not help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. A quasi-god-level spirit root wood ancestor was sacrificed just like that. One had to know that this kind of spirit root was a treasure that could suppress grotto heavens. The value of a quasi-god-level spirit root was not lower than some third-rate primordial treasures. It was not weaker than the primordial origin embryo that Qin Feng saw. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be in so much pain that they could not speak. So generous. For the first time, the Great Moon original spirit's cold eyes had a trace of other emotions. It was filled with a trace of unwillingness and admiration. Actually, she also knew that the Blood Moon ancestor might be a bait. However, she really could not help it. The Blood Moon ancestor was an opportunity for her. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After devouring him, she would advance to a god-level spirit root. She had waited for this opportunity for countless eras. She had enough of the feeling of waiting. Although she knew that it might be a bait, she had to swallow it. What if it was not? D*MN This chapter was lost. I spent an hour to recreate it. There is another chapter later. Chapter 882. Just as you said, you have to give up something to gain something. Moon Demon's eyes were filled with a faint chill as she stared at Queen Silvermoon. After killing the queen, you'll still be mine. Moon Demon's eyes flashed with a sneer. Exchanging a quasi-god grade spirit root for a god grade spirit root. Such a deal was a sure win. But thinking of the Blood Moon ancestor who had followed her for hundreds of years, to be honest, she was a bit reluctant. After all, the Blood Moon ancestor was still loyal to her. But that was it. Compared to the deity position, what was this loyalty? Moon Demon shook her head, shaking off some of the sadness in her heart. Her eyes fell on the lunar origin spirit. Chang Shi Leave, you have to suppress the power of the Blood Moon's origin. You have less than a tenth of your power left. You are no match for me. The lunar origin spirit frowned, her expression a bit ugly. Indeed, after devouring the power of the Blood Moon, there was a possibility of advancing to a god-grade spirit root. But the Blood Moon ancestor was not an ordinary person. In a short time, it was impossible to completely devour and turn it into her own power. At this time, Queen Silvermoon's expression was very strange. Her expression did not look like she was being controlled by others. Her face that was originally pale due to fear turned into a faint smile. Senior Chang Shi, you should retreat. She's right. You're not her match now. What you should do now is immediately go into seclusion to refine the Blood Moon ancestor's power and turn it into your own accumulation to prepare for advancing to a god-grade spirit root in the future. The Queen of Silvermoon had a smile on her face. Her beautiful face was filled with a kind of dazzling confidence and calmness. But the lunar origin spirit hesitated. Little girl, it seems like you're already prepared. Moon Demon looked at the queen from head to toe, as if this was the first time he was looking at her. What she saw from Queen Silvermoon was not fear, but cowardice. It was rumored that this generation's Queen Silvermoon was addicted to alchemy and refining medicine. If it wasn't for her good luck, the position of Queen Silvermoon would not have fallen into her hands. Moon Demon had always thought that this queen did not do proper work, but now it seemed that there was a huge difference. She glanced at Moon Platform Palace. At this time, within Moon Terrace Palace, for terrifying auras faintly emanated outwards, each one no weaker than an 8th-step world king. With a flash of light, under the gazes of Moon Demon and Qin Feng, for ancient world kings with cold expressions appeared at the bottom of the stairs. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Silver Moon's side. Together with the lunar primordial spirit, the 5 auras vaguely locked onto the Moon Demon. 4 Scions of Taiyin. Seeing the appearances of these 4 ancient world kings, Moon Demon's eyes darkened. The 4 Scions of Extreme Yin were famous ancient existences of the Silver Moon clan. His name shook the older generation. They were also the 4 peerless geniuses of Xianyu Peak of Xingqian School 1,000 years ago. They were Gu Haozi, Gu Hongzi, Gu Qingzi, and Gu Lingzi. It looks like you've been playing along these days, sending the great elders of the Silver Moon clan to various places. The Moon Demon's eyes were filled with coldness. Moon Demon fell into deep thought. From the looks of it, you've already noticed the abnormalities of Princess Yuqian and the others earlier. You've also intentionally fallen into my trap to lure me out. The Queen of Silver Moon nodded and smiled. Of course. In fact, it's really clear at a glance that Yuqian and the others have betrayed me. Yuqian's recent cultivation speed, as well as the strange changes in their bodies, I've seen them all. Of course, I also know that you've deliberately exposed them. You've done it to make me lower my guard. Little girl, you're really smart. I've indeed underestimated you. Moon Demon sighed slightly, a trace of blood flashing in her eyes. However, I expected you to lock onto me because of this small matter. I've seen many preparations you've made, and they all seem to be targeted at me. I really don't understand. Before this, I didn't reveal any traces at all. How did you know that I'm targeting you? In fact, this point is very simple. We've long been aware of the annihilation of many powerful clans of the Extreme Yin clan. In the past, we've sent many powerhouses to investigate. Although we don't know that Senior is the culprit behind their disappearance, various evidence points to Senior as one of the biggest suspects. The Queen of Silver Moon smiled faintly, her eyes flashing with the brilliance of wisdom. It was like a spark of wisdom. Little girl, just based on this conjecture, isn't enough to be the reason you've locked onto me? You're right. They were indeed erased by this lord. However, this lord's methods were extremely obscure. Their disappearance wasn't without reason. Most of them were natural disasters or man-made disasters, or they were annihilated by powerful enemy clans. Moon Demon frowned. She was confident that she had been secretive about this point. The Queen of Silver Moon smiled faintly. Of course, that's not the only reason. We've locked onto you because we've accidentally discovered that you're plotting against the Moon Eclipse Demon Clan. That's impossible. I've captured the Moon Eclipse Demon Clan flawlessly. I've planted the extreme curse on them, and they've all sworn an oath. It's impossible for them to betray me. Moon Demon shook her head. She was very confident that none of the Moon Eclipse Demon Clan could escape her control. With the extreme curse in their bodies, as long as the Moon Eclipse Demon Clan had the slightest intention of betraying her, she would be able to see through them. Senior Moon Demon, you're wrong. They've been controlled by your vicious curse. Indeed, they wouldn't dare to betray you. They wouldn't even dare to reveal a single word. However, did you know that the Moon Eclipse Demon Clan has completely become our Silver Moon Clan subordinate not long ago? A hint of a smile flashed across the Queen of Silver Moon's eyes. All these years, our two clans have been at odds with each other. It's just a double act. What? Moon Demon was shocked. Then, realization dawned on her. She looked at the Queen of Silver Moon with a strange glint in her eyes. It would appear that the Moon Eclipse Monstrous Clan is a bait that your clan placed outside for the sake of luring us Moon Devils to take the bait? That's right. The various extreme veins have disappeared in various ways. We had no choice but to be cautious. We had no choice but to use this plan. Capturing the Moon Eclipse Demon Clan was just a test. If Senior Moon Demon didn't take the bait, we would have let them infiltrate the Temple of Wilderness as a spy. I didn't expect that Senior's mastermind would actually appear. The Queen of Silver Moon was all smiles. The Queen of Silver Moon turned to look at Moon Demon. Senior Moon Demon, are you going to surrender yourself? Or do you want us to do it for you? As soon as he finished speaking, 5 figures surrounded the Moon Demon without a sound or a presence. Huh. Moon Demon looked up to the sky and laughed. Little girl, you are indeed capable. The Moon Demon, have schemed against countless races for hundreds of years. It can be said that I have stirred up the clouds with one turn of my hand. Even the lunar golden toad race, which was known as one of the 12 royal races, fell into my hands. However, I was actually tricked by a little girl like you. However, you've miscalculated something. An unparalleled sense of danger appeared in the Queen of Silver Moon's heart, causing her expression to change abruptly. Chapter 883. You're still not experienced enough. You want to deal with me with just the 4 pieces of trash? That's far from enough. Her voice was like a storm. An indescribable aura suddenly surged. This aura broke through the limit of a 9th-level sage sun in the blink of an eye. An extremely dangerous aura suddenly appeared. So powerful, even though he was in Princess Yuqian's heart, Qin Feng still felt a terrifying pressure. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning that seemed to destroy the world appeared. Boom! The 4 scions of Taiyin Yuan Ling, and the other 4 were shocked. A terrifying lightning suddenly exploded in front of them. What was even more frightening was that the layers of laws and even the realms within their bodies were completely destroyed by this bolt of lightning. Poochie! The 5 figures retreated abruptly. Countless pieces of flesh and blood were torn apart, falling onto the Moon Platform Palace like ragged sacks. A streak of incomparably dark lightning struck the Moon Platform Palace along with the 5 figures. Countless restrictive spells and formations were disturbed. Even though the restrictive spells were powerful enough to withstand the attacks of supreme martial artists, They showed signs of collapsing. I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level after an era. Among the five, Taiyin Yuanling's body was faintly discernible, and she could no longer hold on. She glanced at Queen Silvermoon. Your Majesty, I can't help you for now. You have to be careful. Silently, she turned into a stream of light and entered the body of the Tree of God. Thunder of Laws. Cough, cough. I didn't expect you to cultivate the law of Taiyin to such a level. Among Gu Haozi, Gu Hongzi, Gu Qingzi, and Gu Lingzi, Gu Hongzi's injuries were the lightest. However, after being struck by the divine thunder of Taiyin, his body was faintly cracking, and an almost indelible black hole appeared at his waist. The most terrifying thing was that the four's boundaries were severely damaged by this attack, and they were on the verge of dying. Divine thunder of breaking, Qin Feng exclaimed. World-piercing divine lightning. This was a divine lightning that could only be possessed by some powerhouses who had comprehended their own laws to a certain extent. It could be said to be the symbol of Deshang. This was also the so-called law of thunder. This kind of divine lightning was born with the power of destruction. Just a slight vibration could easily shatter a realm. Even if it was a large realm of its own, in the face of such divine lightning, it would be very easy to shatter. Thus, it was named the world-piercing thunder. This kind of attack was not inferior to any of the supreme divine abilities on the list of divine abilities. If Qin Feng could Deshang the water law and Deshang the space law, he would be able to produce a corresponding law divine thunder. Seeing this, the Queen of Silver Moon's calm expression froze. For elders, the Queen of Silver Moon's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. She had indeed miscalculated something. No matter how much he calculated, the Moon Demon was actually so ridiculously strong. 5 world kings had been defeated with a single strike. Covering his wounds, Gu Haozi, Gu Chengzi, Gu Lingzi, and Gu Hongzi stood up one after another. The 4 of them looked at each other with coldness in their eyes. The leader, Gu Hongzi, shook his head. Your Majesty, please don't take it to heart. The 4 of us have been famous for a long time. Even if the Moon Demon is an ancient evil god, he may not be able to easily defeat us. Hearing this, the Moon Demon sneered. Final struggle. In the depths of one of her hands, there seemed to be endless darkness growing in the palm of her hand. Terrifying lightning vibrated, and the Wood Ancestors' spiritual domain seemed to be unable to withstand the rolling power of the lightning. It trembled and shattered, dragging their broken bodies. The 4 of them looked at each other without making a sound. Star God's sealing technique. With a roar, the 4 of them suddenly turned into 4 stars and shot into the sky, sealing the Moon Demon. This was one of the 36 true inheritances of the Xingqian school, the Star God sealing technique. This technique was created by an ancient supreme of the Xingqian school. It could seal gods and absorb demons, and it could evolve a God-sealing eye. With this technique, the Star God sealing technique had sealed many supreme of the time. In the past, the outstanding outer court disciple Ding Li had also cultivated this technique. In the past, Ding Li was even more ingenious. He combined the 100 refinements divine weapon technique with the Star God sealing technique to cultivate the 7 slaughter God sealing technique. This technique combined the 7 slaughter stars and the killing aura of heaven, earth, and man. It was invincible, capable of killing gods and slaying ghosts. By relying on this technique, it was easy to kill enemies above one's level. However, it met Qin Feng and was destroyed by Qin Feng with a chaos fire. In fact, Ding Li had also gone astray. Although he had created the 7 slaughter God sealing technique, it was still far inferior to the original Star God sealing technique. At this time, this technique was being used by the 4 World King level old antiques. The billions of stars in the sky seemed to light up, and the surging star laws seemed to appear. It was as if countless stars had appeared around Lunar Peak, receiving the endless power of the stars from the galaxy and supporting Gu Haozi, Gu Qingzi, Gu Lingzi, and Gu Hongzi. A huge power locked onto them. The vitality of all living beings in Lunar Peak seemed to have solidified, and the wind and moon froze. Even though he was hundreds of feet away and inside Princess Yuqian's body, Qing Feng felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. His saint's soul thoughts revolved in an obscure way. For huge silver god sealing eyes appeared above the stars that the four of them had transformed into. This power. At this moment, whether it was the many Silver Moon clan commanders who were rebelling in Moonless Forest, or the many Moon Eclipse Demon clan experts outside Moonless Forest, all of them cast their gazes to the center of Moonless Forest. At this moment, it was as if countless stars had appeared around Lunar Peak in broad daylight. It seems that the Moon Demon clan is in big trouble. The childlike Sun King's eyes contain a trace of murderous intent. He looked around and saw that most of the Moon Eclipse Demon clan experts had found their opponents. These existences all had extremely powerful auras. Star power appeared on their bodies, making them look like flying stars. The old antiques of Xingqian school. In front of him, there was a burly red-haired youth who looked like the sun in the sky. Lord Qi Ling. The previous Elder Qi Ling was also the master of the current Elder Qi Ling. He was also the ancestor of one of Qin Feng's good friends, Qi Ling an 8th-level world king. Moreover, he was an 8th-level world king who possessed the 84th-ranked Supreme Fire Tribute Treasure, the Extreme Sun Banner, as his life treasure. The two of them were evenly matched. Even though he had the innate true artifact, the Fire Attribute Furnace, he couldn't get rid of his opponent in a short period of time. The four of them seemed to have turned into four huge god-sealing eyes. Divine light burst out, and even the Moon Demon couldn't move for a short period of time. Beams of god-sealing light shrouded her, as if she was peeling silk from a cocoon. It shrouded all her meridians and saint souls, trying to seal her completely. Seeing this, a trace of joy appeared in the Silver Moon Queen's eyes. It's not enough. It's far from enough. Qin Feng shook his head. There's more later. Chapter 884. The Star God Sealing Technique was indeed powerful. Even an ordinary 9th-level Sage Child would be helpless against this ability. They could only watch as they were sealed. But the Moon Demon was different. The Moon Demon was not an ordinary 9th-level Sage Child. Qin Feng had met her face-to-face before and knew how strong this evil god was. The Star God Sealing Technique might not be enough to deal with her. As expected, the Moon Demon's expression did not change. Her dark eyes carried a sneer. The Star God Sealing Technique is said to be able to seal gods. The more people use this technique, the stronger it will be. But do you really think you can seal me? Boom! It was as if an endless amount of lightning was gushing out of his body, transforming into a rolling divine thunder. The silk-like rays of god-sealing light that had wrapped around the Moon Demon were completely shattered by the rolling, tide-like thunder of the world-breaking thunder. Compared to before, the destructive aura on the Moon Demon's body was more than 10 times stronger. Vaguely, there was a huge world's energy that turned into continuous divine lightning. Bang! 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 Tyrannical power burst out, and countless stars collapsed, turning into rolling fragments. Boom! In 4 of the stars transformed into human figures. For figures wanted to tear through the void and escape. Where do you think you're going? The Moon Demon's eyes swept over, and a bone-chilling killing intent appeared. A huge domain phantom appeared on her body, and a sea of energy turned into divine lightning and blasted out. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the 4 Realm Kings. They only had time to let out a scream before they turned into fragments. Only a part of their saint's soul relied on the power of laws to be reborn. However, what happened next was the most terrifying. The divine lightning surged like a flood. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Realm Kings who were reborn died countless times. The power that shattered everything directly destroyed the part of the 4 Realm Kings' saint souls that had fused with laws. For elders, seeing this, the Queen of Silver Moon could not help but feel a trace of regret. In the next moment, a clear chill fell on her body. The next moment, the dark divine thunder fell on her body. Wong, the Queen of Silver Moon, didn't die. A silver-white, divine mirror flew out from her body and blocked the attack. It was a mirror. This mirror was like the bright moon in the sky, faintly communicating with the lunar star and the billions of galaxies in the sky. It displayed a terrifying ability to freeze time and space. The Grandine innate true weapon, the Grandine divine light mirror. The moon demon was slightly taken aback, but then he stared at the mirror with burning greed. She actually has such a treasure on her. Qin Feng's expression was also astonished. Innate true weapons were extremely precious treasures. There would only ever be one innate true treasure in each element. Take the lunar godly light mirror, for example. Apart from this lunar godly light mirror, there would never be another lunar elemental innate true treasure in this world before this supreme treasure fell. This item was extremely precious. Just like the divine grade spiritual root of the lunar element, to experts who cultivated the power of the lunar element, it was as tempting as an extremely high-grade deity position. After obtaining this item, not to mention immediately confirming one's Tao. However, confirming one's Tao would increase one's deity position by more than 20%. I really didn't expect this lunar godly light mirror to be in your hands. For hundreds of eras, I have exterminated all the races that might have secretly hidden this treasure, but I didn't expect it to be in the hands of the Silver Moon clan. You've searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort. The moon demon laughed. Give it to me. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Looking at the lunar godly light mirror, it was truly a divine item that had fallen into the hands of the Silver Moon clan. Boom! A large hand suddenly pinched the lunar godly light mirror. A strange expression finally appeared on the Silver Moon Queen's beautiful face. This mirror was the crux of the entire moonless forest. It cannot be lost. Once it was lost, the Silver Moon clan would be completely finished. However, she remained calm and her expression did not change, even if she was in great danger and her life was on the line. Moonless Forest, lend this king a hand. Her hair bun was scattered by the strong wind, and a huge force rolled down from the void, supporting her body. Her aura as a fourth step saint began to rise. In the blink of an eye, she broke through several large boundaries, reaching the seventh step Earth Saint realm. This was the source strength of Moonless Forest. The Moonless Forest had been managed by the Silver Moon clan for dozens of eras. After several ups and downs, its background was enormous, not inferior to the ancient Yang world, the ancient Five Elements Great World, or the ancient Dragon world. Although it was a bit inferior, it was still a high-level world domain. With the Silver Moon Queen summoned, countless plane communities appeared around the Moonless Forest. These plane communities were far more luxuriant than Qin Feng's Chaos World domain. With a glance, one could see countless life forms living within. Hearing the summon, countless strengths seemed to cross over from many planes, pouring into the Silver Moon Queen's body, causing her aura to rise by another 30%. She directly broke through to the 8th-step World King realm. A great strength crashed into the lunar godly light mirror, and a divine light swept out. Kacha kacha. Visible to the naked eye, it was as if time and space were frozen. A layer of divine light filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Silver Moon Queen, wanting to completely freeze her. She actually stimulated the lunar godly light mirror's strength. The Silver Moon Queen felt a sense of danger, and her complexion paled. Although the lunar godly light mirror wasn't ranked too high amongst the many Xiantian true treasures, the lunar godly light mirror was still extremely famous. Its name shook the heavens, and it was abnormally terrifying. However, if the ancient moon goddess wielded this divine tool, then I might be a bit afraid. But with your cultivation, the Silver Moon Queen's eyes flashed with a cold sneer. Bang! Endless silver light suddenly appeared, erupting from behind her like a peacock spreading its tail. A silver light that could destroy the world swept out. Endless thunder seemed to fuse into this divine light. Pung pung pung. This divine light collided with the lunar godly light mirror's lunar godly light mirror. Beneath the impact of this silver light, the lunar godly light mirror was annihilated inch by inch. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Sweat dripped down the Silver Moon Queen's forehead, and the cold water around her evaporated. She poured all of her strength into the lunar godly light mirror, wanting to reverse the situation. However, her strength was far inferior to the Silver Moon Queen's. A trace of weakness and despair finally appeared in her eyes. No matter how strong or intelligent she was still a woman in such a desperate situation. Lunar extermination power. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. There were many practitioners of the lunar law, but not every practitioner of the lunar law had the same mystique and techniques. Some focused on the law of lunar, such as Yu Ji. Some focused on the profound meaning of freezing, such as Ji Su, Princess Yuqian, and the Silver Moon Queen. Some focused on the profound meaning of extermination and death, such as the Silver Moon Queen. Seeing that the Silver Moon Queen was about to be defeated and die at the hands of the Silver Moon Queen, Qin Feng immediately prepared to take action. There's more to come. Chapter 885. Although Qin Feng was cold-hearted, he could not sit back and watch the Queen of Silver Moon be harmed. Boom! The eyes suddenly exploded. Moon Demon and the Queen of Silver Moon were shocked. A black light suddenly appeared beside the Queen of Silver Moon. The Queen of Silver Moon's face changed and was about to stop it. "Your Majesty, let me lend you a hand." A faint, slightly familiar voice sounded in her ears. The Queen of Silver Moon subconsciously stopped what she was doing. Her figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind the Queen of Silver Moon. A big hand appeared on her jade back. "It's him. Why is he on the lunar peak?" Feeling the familiar temperature of the big hand, the Queen of Silver Moon panicked. Her jade body seemed to be melting in the big hand. Her mind trembled violently. The divine light emitted by the lunar divine light mirror almost completely collapsed. Focus all of your attention and guard your mind carefully. Hearing the voice, the Queen of Silver Moon did not have time to worry about the doubts in her heart. She quickly guarded her mind and controlled the lunar divine light mirror. Qin Feng's mouth had a trace of a smile as he looked at the moon demon, bullying the mother of a child. Even if this demon died 10,000 times, it would not be enough. "It's you." The moon demon saw Qin Feng, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. "Qin Feng, why are you here?" The moon demon's face was gloomy. "Moon demon, you don't need to know. If you can appear here, I can also appear here." Qin Feng smiled coldly. The moon demon's face sank. "Qin Feng, do you really want to fight to the death with me? So much nonsense. If you dare to attack her, you are a dead man in my eyes." Qin Feng's eyes were cold. The mixed essence star true power in his body circulated, and the ancient water element world's origin power was channeled into the Queen of Silver Moon's body. Boom! She seemed to hear the roar of a flood. The Queen of Silver Moon's body trembled. She felt a terrifying force rushing into her body from her back. The most strange thing was that the moment the force entered her body, it merged with her lunar true power. Like glue. The Queen's heart trembled. This fusion was 100 times, no, 1,000 times more impactful than the love between a man and a woman. But feeling the power in her body, Silver Moon Queen could not help but feel that Qin Feng's extremely robust true power was inconceivable. Boom! After obtaining this power, the lunar divine light shot out from the lunar divine light mirror grew exponentially, almost instantly forcing the lunar demon's divine light back. It then turned into a beam of divine light that swept towards the lunar demon, who was caught off guard. Crack! It was too late to dodge. In an instant, the lower half of the moon demon's body was swept by the lunar divine light and was completely frozen. Damn it! The moon demon was furious to the extreme. She stared at Qin Feng with venomous eyes. The hatred in his heart could almost overturn the chaos. She had never hated anyone so much. Just a little more. Just a little bit more. The great undertaking that he had painstakingly planned for countless eras was right in front of him. As long as she killed this queen, everything in the Silver Moon clan would become her final resource to become a moon god. But everything was ruined by Qin Feng. "You go first. Clean up the mess outside and gather the experts. I will kill this god for you first." Qin Feng looked at the moon god, whose eyes were filled with venomous hatred. Part of her deity position is related to the lunar divine light. It is a rare good thing. Now that you have the pulse of pregnancy, it is appropriate for me to be empty-handed. I will give you everything of this god. Qin Feng looked at Silver Moon Queen, who was avoiding his gaze. Devour her deity position, and you can barely give birth to a dragon child for me. Qin Feng said it in a dignified manner, but Silver Moon Queen wanted to dig into the ground. This damn guy, what did he say? Give birth to a dragon child for him? Who wants to give birth to a dragon child for him? However, Qin Feng was right about one thing. Ever since the little thing in her stomach was formed, even with her saint-level strength, she felt that she could not bear it. Silver Moon Queen's expression was complicated, and the moon god was about to explode. What kind of person was she? In Qin Feng's mouth, she had become a gift to flatter a woman. But it was only for a moment, and she did not have time to be angry. Qin Feng stepped forward, and the true power around him vibrated. It was as if he was stepping on a dragon, and his aura was like a landslide. An ancient devil steel was blasted out by him, and it instantly smashed onto the moon demon, whose lower body could not move. Boom! The moon demon's body was abnormally tough. The devil steel created by the Heaven Steel mysterious technique landed on her body. Only her hair was messed up, and she did not suffer any damage. Qin Feng, you can't kill me. My moon demon true body has been tempered thousands of times and has gone through countless eras. It is not something a beast like you can break. The moon demon's hair was disheveled, and her eyes were filled with hatred. She tried her best to mobilize her god power. Although her lower body was frozen, when she circulated it, the rumbling world-breaking thunder was terrifying. Bang! The Devil's Steel, which had withstood Qin Feng's attack, carried a terrifying power that could destroy the myriad domains, and suddenly bombarded Qin Feng's body. Be careful! The Queen of Silver Moon warned loudly, her eyes filled with fear. Previously, the 4 signs of Tying had been swept by the lightning and were instantly heavily injured. Even a large domain like the Moonless Forest could not withstand this kind of divine thunder. Too late. The moon demon's eyes were ferocious, and the lightning was like a torrent that struck Qin Feng's chest. Bang! Visible to the naked eye, Qin Feng's body exploded and turned into a bloody foam. It was actually completely shattered by the world-breaking thunder. One had to know that with the strength of Qin Feng's dragon ancestor true body, he was unscathed when the second-generation ancestor dragon Ao Xian attacked him. You are indeed very strong, but you still can't do anything to me. Countless bloody foam rolled, and visible to the naked eye, it seemed to have turned into a huge divine land in the void. A vague and extremely powerful energy fluctuation spread out. 8 Desolate's divine land? The moon demon's expression changed, and she could not help but scream. She was very familiar with this power. She was born in the era when the great Eastern Wilderness Emperor's prestige was at its peak. Naturally, she had seen the great Eastern Wilderness Emperor's glory with her own eyes. Back then, many evil gods who were stronger than her had fallen in the hands of this great emperor. How could she not know his peerless cultivation technique? 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll. Instinctively, the moon demon was a little scared. Which evil god would not be afraid of taking revenge against the great Eastern Wilderness Emperor? However, a trace of horror suddenly appeared in her eyes, and a terrifying sense of danger appeared in her heart. It almost made her turn around and rush toward the outskirts of the Moonless Forest. Want to run? It's too late. In the huge divine land, the 3 origin forces were added to it, and it suddenly broke through to the 9th level of the Sage Sun, reaching a realm that even the moon demon was afraid of. Heaven Steel Mystic Technique, Chaotic Reversal. The 12 ancient demonic steels appeared one by one. Heaven Steel Mystic Technique, 3rd Technique, Chaotic Reversal. After condensing the ancestor dragon body, Qin Feng could finally use it. Countless ancient demonic runes appeared on the 12 demonic steels. In the next moment, as the divine land shook, the 12 demonic steels suddenly merged into the divine land, and turned into a human figure. It was Qin Feng. He formed a seal with one hand. Buzz! Under the seal of his hand, the space-time seemed to suddenly shatter without a sound. The moon demon's footsteps froze, and the countless ninth-level Tai In holy principles around her were annihilated inch by inch. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and in the next moment, her figure was silently destroyed. I missed 2 chapters yesterday, and the company was on holiday. I relaxed all of a sudden and became lazy. I'm very sorry. I'll make up for it today. This is the first update. Chapter 886. The strange power seemed to have penetrated deep into the unseen world. Somewhere in the void, it found the moon demon's saint soul that was attached to the law of moon and destroyed it. Buzz! The moon demon's body suddenly shattered, and a saint's soul flew out in a panic. The moon demon's eyes were filled with hatred and disbelief. Qin Feng's attack had not only destroyed her divine body that had been tempered thousands of times, but it had also shattered the Inuit wonderland that she had painstakingly cultivated. It had even destroyed the saint's soul that she had attached to the law of moon. If not for her tough saint's soul, which was only half a step away from the godly soul realm, as well as the natal abode in her body and various treasures, she would have died. He was afraid that this attack would destroy his saint's soul completely. Even so, her cultivation level had dropped, and her vitality had been greatly damaged. The most serious thing was that she had lost the saint's soul that she had attached to. She had completely lost the possibility of being reborn. If she was killed again, she would be completely dead. Stop her. Don't let her go. Qin Feng landed on the ground with a pale face, and his body went limp. The power of the heavenly steel mystic technique's third technique, Niluan, was beyond imagination. This attack had not only drained all the energy in his body, but had also drained the origin energy of the Northern Dragon world and the ancient water element world. At this moment, in his body, the imprints formed by the Northern Dragon world and the water element world were empty and abnormally dim. If it wasn't for the fact that the imprints were still there, Qin Feng would have thought that he had lost the ability to control the 2 ancient worlds. This is too scary. Using this level of power is actually so dangerous. It almost drained me dry. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly drew energy through the 3 ancient worlds to replenish his own consumption. The Queen of Silver Moon had already recovered from the sudden change. Her gaze fell on the moon demon, and a strange look flashed across her eyes. The moon demon coveted her lunar divine light mirror. Why would she covet the deity position of the lunar divine light? Boom! She swallowed the origin energy of the moonless forest and poured a huge amount of energy into the lunar divine light mirror. She activated the lunar divine light mirror and sealed the lunar peak. Bam! The moon demon sensed danger and wanted to escape. Bang! A gloomy stream of light slammed into the void, as if it had slammed into a metal plate. The moon demon felt dizzy, his head spinning. You want to run? If you were at your peak, perhaps the moonless forest power wouldn't be able to trap you. However, you've been injured by Qin Feng. How much strength do you have left? The Queen of Silver Moon glanced at Qin Feng as her beautiful eyes flickered with emotions. Qi. A beam of lunar divine light shot from the sky to the ground from the lunar divine light mirror. The mirror spun, and the divine light spun like divine sabers. Ah, Queen of Silver Moon, Qin Feng, I won't let you get away with this. The moon demon let out a bitter and resentful roar. Her saint's soul suddenly broke apart layer by layer in the divine light. A strand of starlight suddenly appeared, turning into a shooting star that shot into the sky. Grab it, Qin Feng hurriedly reminded. That's the source of the ancient lunar star. It contains the lunar star fate and even a portion of the ancient fate. Lunar star fate? Ancient providence? The Queen of Silver Moon's eyes lit up. A jade-like hand grabbed from afar, and suddenly, that speck of starlight froze in the void. Under the moon demon's furious and even crazy expression, the starlight was caught and fell into the palm of the Queen of Silver Moon. A strand of starlight jumped, bringing with it a wisp of frosty moonlight. This is the lunar star Fate? The Queen of Silver Moon's eyes had a trace of surprise. Then, she grabbed with 5 fingers, and this strand of starlight entered her body and merged with her saint's soul. Vaguely, under her jade-like skin, there was a trace of extremely moving star power that resonated with the lunar star in the billions of galaxies. Boundless lunar starlight fell from the sky, fell on her body, and merged into her body. At this moment, she realized that the amount of lunar star power that she was absorbing was more than 3 times more than usual. Starlight surrounded the body, the stars showed their lives, and the Star Lord was alive. These were the 3 stages of a Star Lord's youth. Ordinary people who were favored by the stars would have starlight surrounding their bodies. For example, Qian Kai, Ji Huang, Lu Qingyang, Jiang Taichu, and the Taibai Star Lord that was killed by Qin Feng were all in this stage. As one's control of the stars improved, they would be favored by more Star Lords and enter the 2nd stage. The stars showed their lives. For example, Princess Yuqian, Yu Ji, the Moon Demon, and even Qin Feng himself were in this stage. When the Star Lord's youth and the Saint's soul merged further, they would have some initial power and could even borrow some of the true power of the stars. The power of the immemorial stars was so strong that every star was not weaker than the primitive Dragon Gate. Princess Yuqian was blessed by the Lunar Star Lord, and even Qin Feng, the ancestor of the Heart Demons, could not secretly harm her. The 3rd and final stage was to merge with the stars. When the stars were alive, they would be called the Star Lord. This kind of existence could already control the power of the main star, and killing gods and demons was not a problem. Some time ago, the stars had descended, and many sons of the stars were born. Now, most of them were in the 1st stage. In short, the Queen of Silver Moon felt that her strength had increased greatly, and she had an opportunity to take a step closer to the position of the Lunar Lord. This is good stuff. The Queen of Silver Moon glanced at the solid ice beside Qin Feng. At this time, she could clearly sense the other existences favored by the Lunar Lord. If she could steal the Lunar Lord's Star Lord from these existences, she would definitely be able to control the Lunar Lord even more. Qin Feng obviously noticed the Queen of Silver Moon looking at Princess Yuqian thoughtfully. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. In this generation, the 3 Lunar Lords had all fallen into the hands of the Silver Moon royal family. Yu Ji and Princess Yuqian were the Lunar Lords. The Moon Demon was the Lunar Lord of the Lunar Lord in ancient times. Now that the Lunar Lord's Star Lord had transferred, she was snatched by the Queen of Silver Moon. Obviously, the position of the Lunar Lord would be born from the 3 of them. The battle for the Great Tao was cruel. Although the position of the Lunar Lord was only a 4th-grade deity position, once one reached it, the possibility of becoming a moon god would be at least 60%. There was only one deity position, and the 3 of them would have to compete for it. Qin Feng had reason to believe that the 3 of them would not give up on fighting for the deity position. In the future, there would be a choice. However, this choice was destined to be cruel. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. At this time there was a scream. As the divine light cut into thousands of pieces, a silver-white divine light shot up from the depths of the lunar demon's saint soul. The Queen of Silver Moon was already prepared. She stretched out her hand, and a giant hand took shape and grabbed the deity position. Seeing this, the lunar demon vomited blood in anger, and his face twisted. Is this the 6th-grade deity position? Qin Feng was shocked when he felt the mysteries of the deity position nurtured by the divine light. There are 3 more to come. Chapter 887. Great Si Ming, in ancient times, was in charge of death and yin and yang. High and mighty, cold and unfathomable. This was the image of Great Si Ming in the ancient legends. Qin Feng always knew that the moon demon was an ancient evil god, but he did not expect it to be Great Si Ming. Tai Yin was in charge of death. No! The moon demon screamed like a pig being slaughtered when her deity position was taken away. However, She was frozen in place by the divine light and killed layer by layer. She could not resist at all. The power of the moon demon's saint soul was weakening bit by bit. It wouldn't take long for her to completely fall. A trace of viciousness flashed in Yumo's eyes as he looked at Qin Feng with extreme hatred. Qin Feng faintly felt that something was wrong. His expression was pale. At this moment, he had already recovered a portion of his strength and was about to stand up and kill this scourge. The next moment, a layer of blood light burst out from the moon demon's saint soul. Silver Moon Clan, Qin Feng. Even if I, the moon demon, fall into the blood river forever, I will come back to settle the score with you sooner or later. This hatred will not end until one of us dies. A vicious roar was heard. Gugu. On one side of the battlefield, there seemed to be endless blood water gushing out from the void and enveloping the moon demon. The last bit of the moon demon's saint's soul merged into the blood river and disappeared completely. She chose to fall into the blood river. A trace of gloominess flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. There were many who willingly fell into the blood river, but not every expert was willing to accept the oath. Most of the souls that fell into the blood river lost their minds and were reborn in the blood river as monsters. Those who were lucky might become blood river demons, blood river yakshas, asura, and other high-level existences and reappeared. The chances of this happening were very low. Most of them became low-level existences with no intelligence and only knew how to kill. Obviously, the law of the blood river would inevitably favor existences with great potential. Qin Feng looked helpless. There was a nameless fire burning in his heart. He looked coldly at the scene and watched the moon demon disappear bit by bit. He was unable to shake the river of blood now, but sooner or later, he would completely grab this river of blood out of it. He wanted to see what kind of existence was behind it. Qin Feng closed his eyes. At this time, as a large amount of Yuan Qi was being extracted with the support of 3 top domains, he had recovered from that terrible state of weakness. He glanced at the regretful queen of Silver Moon. He glanced at the woman's belly. The saint's spiritual senses were extremely sharp. Following Qin Feng's gaze, he saw the queen of Silver Moon looking at his lower abdomen. His expression changed, and he snorted coldly. She ignored Qin Feng and glanced at Princess Yuqian, who was like a living corpse. With a wave of her sleeve, she put Princess Yuqian into a private plane and sealed it. In a flash, the Queen of Silver Moon descended the lunar peak. This woman didn't even say thank you. Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless. Muttering to himself, Qin Feng had no other choice. For the sake of the child in the queen's belly, he could only follow and become a bodyguard again. At this juncture, he could not allow the queen to be in danger. Even if it was not for the queen, he had to be responsible for his own bloodline. However, after this time, I must cleanse the Silver Moon clan. Qin Feng did not know if the queen was truly merciful or not. But in any case, the queen could not be in danger. Anyone around her that could harm her, or even the child in her belly, must be thoroughly cleansed. Murderous intent flashed in his heart. Qin Feng followed closely down the lunar peak. The two of them appeared one after the other. In the past, the picturesque and tranquil moon reflection lake was now filled with flames of war. Many spirit roots and spirit herbs were scattered all over the ground in the midst of the slaughter. Boom! Many existences turned into frenzied bodies of bloodlight, charging toward their kin and sister. Most of these existences had lost their minds, but their destructive power was extremely strong. They also had a strange infection ability. Once injured, they would be infected with blood poison, and it would take a long time to clean them up. Otherwise, if the blood poison lurked, it would be easy to die or even become a monster that only knew how to kill. These monsters that spread poison everywhere were secondary. Inside the Cold Moon Palace, violent auras surged, and faint energy exploded in the air like a gas bomb. The two of them descended to the ground and saw the Silver Moon clan's 3 commanders, Zhang Lanying, Lien Jinfeng, and Ji Qinyu, leading a group of Silver Moon clan's experts who had betrayed them and were attacking the 7th Elder, Situ Jiner. In the next moment, Yu was firmly protected by Situ Wu. Jisoo supported her from the side, blocking the endless waves of blood-light monsters. Your Majesty? You came out of seclusion? Everyone's expression changed when they saw the Queen of Silver Moon and Qin Feng descending together. Situ Wu and Yuji's sides were overjoyed. On the other hand, Zhang Lanying, Lian Jinfeng, and Ji Qinyu's sides' morale had plummeted. Many people's faces were ashen, despair written all over their faces. It was obvious that Princess Yuqian, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder's assassination attempt had failed. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent as he swept his gaze over the Silver Moon clan's traitors. Queen, junior sister Yuji, leave these people to me. You? The Queen of Silver Moon could feel the killing intent in Qin Feng's heart, and her expression changed slightly. After a brief moment of silence, she nodded. All right, shameless boasting. On the other side, Zhang Lanying, Lian Jinfeng, Ji Qinyu, and the other Silver Moon clan's experts were gloomy. They were afraid of the Queen of Silver Moon, but that didn't mean they were afraid of Qin Feng, who was around the same age as Yuji. In an instant, many of the traitors glared at Qin Feng with unfriendly gazes. Even more blood was being poisoned by the blood poison. The three governors controlled them in secret as they rushed towards Qin Feng. Blood light soared to the sky, appearing in front of Qin Feng in a flash, carrying with it a frenzy and even self-detonation. Junior brother, be careful. This blood light contains blood poison that can contaminate divine abilities and true weapons. Don't touch it. Yuji's expression tensed as she quickly reminded him. The Queen of Silver Moon frowned when she heard this. She glanced at Qin Feng and Yuji, and her brows were filled with a complicated expression. However, this expression quickly disappeared. Even Qin Feng had seen it. Qin Feng smiled. Senior sister Yuji, don't worry. Activating the primordial law true force in his body, he transformed it into a pure blood river true force. The true force pulsed slightly, and everyone saw a shocking blood river true force fly out from Qin Feng's body. As the blood river true force spat out, the bloodlight monster that rushed forward silently merged into the blood river true force. Under the shocked gazes of Situ Wu and the others, the blood river true force suddenly engulfed Zhang Lanying, Lian Jinfeng, Ji Qinyu, and the other rebels. With just one attack, these people let out a few miserable shrieks and were instantly killed. The bloodlight swallowed these experts, and its ferocious aura increased by 30%. It suddenly flew out of the Cold Moon Palace and rushed to various parts of the moonless forest like countless bloodstreams. This is the third update. There are 2 more later. Chapter 888. When Qin Feng was channeling the Blood River True Power, he felt as if he had opened up the void somewhere. A boundless blood river appeared, and countless blood river primordial water seeped in from the void and merged into the blood river formed by his true power. Vaguely, there was a kind of will that wanted to completely transform him and turn him into a part of the blood river. Qin Feng's expression did not change. The blood river force of the extreme grade 6th stage easily swallowed and refined all the benefits of the blood river that seeped in. The Queen of Silver Moon, Situ Wu Yuji, Jisoo, and the others were shocked. The blood river turned into countless rays of bloodlight and swept across the moonless forest. Wherever it passed, countless monsters that were infected by the blood poison were swept away, and their essence, qi, and spirit were instantly sucked dry. That blood poison could also be considered overbearing. However, compared to Qin Feng's Azura blood river, it was unknown how much weaker it was. As the blood light swept across, it was suddenly refined and turned into nourishment for Qin Feng's Azura blood river. After a while, many Silver Moon clan experts who were infected by the blood poison were all killed by Qin Feng in front of their horrified eyes. Even the Silver Moon clan experts who were causing trouble were killed. The Queen of Silver Moon wanted to stop him, but Qin Feng was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the Silver Moon clan experts who were causing trouble were all killed. After devouring so many experts, the blood river had obviously grown a lot stronger. Qin Feng glanced at the damaged spiritual roots, spiritual herbs, and ancient trees. His eyes moved, and he thought to himself that he should be a good person to the end. The blood river true power changed and gradually turned into the light and clear grand moon primordial water. The boundless grand moon essence in the sky was collected and turned into a clear stream that merged into the earth, spiritual roots, and spiritual herbs. It healed the wounds of these living beings, removed impurities, dissolved yin qi, bad luck, blood qi, and other filthy and dark auras, and opened up the joints of the earth meridians. Many spiritual roots, spiritual herbs, and even injured Silver Moon clan experts glowed with amazing vitality in the light grand moon primordial water. Many experts of the Silver Moon clan stared at the scene with wide eyes. Envy, jealousy, and hatred filled his eyes. Many experts condensed a droplet of grand moon primordial water. Even if they were skilled, they might not be able to condense more than a few droplets. Qin Feng's grand moon primordial water was a grand moon celestial river in Life Transformation City. After 2 hours, the winding river transformed into vigorous true power and entered his body. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes as he absorbed the flesh and blood quintessence energy of the Silver Moon experts, as well as the healing spirit medicines and spirit roots. With these two things, his vital energy breathing exercises in the Great Sage level were complete. As long as he found the item to transcend the tribulation or a treasure to refine his life essence treasure, he would be able to prepare to transcend the third Deva's 5 decay. Outside the moonless forest, Sunchild and the other evil gods invited by the Moon Demon saw that the Moon Demon was defeated. They immediately got rid of the masters of Xingqian school and left without hesitation. On the other hand, the Blood Moon King, who was the leader of the Moon Eclipse Demon clan, was overjoyed. As the Moon Demon disappeared, the Moon Curse in their bodies disappeared as well. They were completely free from the Moon Demon's control. They also retreated at the top of the tide. 1 day later, outside the moonless forest, 2 figures appeared. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the moon was as full as frost. Under the bright moon, the 2 figures' shadows were extremely long on the ground. Junior brother, is there really nothing in the moonless forest that attracts you? As the faint voice sounded, Yuji's figure landed under the shade of a tree. Her expression was indecipherable. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He turned around and glanced at the beautiful lady who looked like the goddess of Moon Palace. He wanted to say something, but after a while, Qin Feng shook his head. Qin Feng felt a little helpless. He wanted to stay at the Moon Reflection Lake for a few more days, but he had to leave. It was not because of other reasons. It was because the Queen of Silver Moon was pregnant and could not be delayed. Probably because she was the first-generation ancestral dragon. The dragon child in the Queen of Silver Moon's body was unimaginably strong. Just yesterday, as the Queen of Silver Moon refined the position of Great Sea Ming, the dragon child in her womb grew again. Even Qin Feng was shocked by his growth this time. The Queen of Silver Moon fainted for no reason. When she woke up, she fell by 1 rank. And according to Qin Feng's investigation, the Queen of Silver Moon's strength was still flowing out. It was all devoured by the bloodline in her womb. The mother's body is too weak. It can't withstand the second-generation ancestral dragon's pregnancy and delivery. Thinking of the investigation result, Qin Feng was a little shocked but also a little relieved. The Queen of Silver Moon had no choice but to go into seclusion. She hoped that through cultivation, she could stop this trend. As the initiator, Qin Feng had to come out to find some spiritual items to help the Queen of Silver Moon's pregnancy. Otherwise, as the Queen of Silver Moon's cultivation declined, both mother and child might die. Star God's treasure. Qin Feng was the first to think of the Star God's treasure. The Star God's treasure was one of the secret vaults of primordial Xingqian school. There were countless elixirs, spiritual herbs, and treasures. There should be enough spiritual items to nourish the Queen of Silver Moon. Qin Feng glanced at the girl beside him. Yu still did not know about the Queen of Silver Moon's pregnancy. According to the Queen of Silver Moon's request, Qin Feng could not reveal anything. In that case, junior brother Qin Feng, take care. After a moment of silence, the silver-haired beautiful girl looked at Qin Feng seriously. No matter when or where junior brother Qin Feng comes to the Silver Moon clan, the Silver Moon clan will always open our doors. Hearing this, Qin Feng was a little surprised. The silver-haired girl did not know about the grudge between Qin Feng, Gong Ao, and Yi Ding's faction. The silver-haired girl was not alone, but represented the Silver Moon clan. The weight of this sentence was not light. The meaning of the silver-haired girl's words was almost publicly expressing that she was on Qin Feng's side. The beauty's kindness was great. However, Qin Feng could only play dumb. Junior sister, you're too polite. With a dry laugh, Qin Feng cupped his hands. His figure flashed, turning into a silver light that soared into the sky, disappearing from the moonless forest in the blink of an eye. Yu looked at the figure standing under the moonlight, not moving for a long time. As he left, in the Moon Palace, under the laurel, the Queen of Silver Moon, who had already announced that she would be in seclusion, looked at the flowing light with a slightly blurred gaze. She could not help but put one hand on her lower abdomen, feeling the naughty fluctuations from time to time. The Queen of Silver Moon smiled bitterly. What a sin! Your Majesty, you can actually take it out. Why do you? A faint voice came from the laurel, and the lunar primordial spirit Chang, Shi's figure, silently appeared. Others did not know the Queen of Silver Moon's secret, but as the spiritual root suppressing moonless forest, how could she not know? Hearing this, the Queen of Silver Moon shook her head and smiled coldly. Do you think you can stop his father if he goes crazy? Hearing this, Changshi's expression froze. The Queen of Silver Moon's expression was cold. Her figure flashed, and the next moment, she entered the Moon Palace. The Moon Palace silently closed, leaving only the silent Changshi. Fourth update, fifth update later. Chapter 889. The Star God Treasury was the secret treasury of Primordius Xingqian School before it was disbanded. There were many such treasuries. After it was split, the various branches, including Xingqian School, Sun Moon Sword Sect, Primordius Sect, Tianliang Sect, etc. This Star God Treasury was a fish that escaped the net. Because its key information were in the hands of the headmaster, it escaped the division of the various sections. As for the last headmaster, because he was seriously injured, he found a small place to hide and took root. After many eras of evolution, his family drifted and finally took root in the newly opened wilderness of the Myriad Star Domain. Qin Feng only had memories of it. It seemed to be a small family in Changshan City. Changshan City was one of the countless small cities in the area around Cloud Lake City of the Qin family. This place was newly opened, and many small families were attracted here, hoping to seek a new opportunity for their family to prosper. 3 days ago, Qin Feng arrived at Changshan City. In these 3 days, almost all the families in Changshan City had been thoroughly investigated by Qin Feng. However, there was not a single clue. According to Qin Feng's imagination, since he was the descendant of the last headmaster of Primordius Xingqian School, he should have cultivated the cultivation techniques of Xingqian School. However, after searching the entire Changshan City several times, he found that many families were related to Xingqian School. Many of them cultivated the cultivation techniques of the star system. However, after using his inner demon to investigate them one by one, Qin Feng was disappointed. Not a single family fit his criteria. In a wine shop in the city, Changfeng Wine Shop, relying on the prosperity of the city, there were many people coming and going. Many hawkers sold fruits and vegetables here, and on the other side was a place to buy and sell herbs. Although it could not be compared to Yi Ding's extreme Martial City or Qin Feng's Cloud Lake City, it was still prosperous. The location of this wine shop was not bad. In the evening, most of the stalls were empty, and the hustle and bustle of the day was gone. A crescent moon shone down from the sky. In the tavern, Qin Feng ordered a few dishes of the local specialties and drank alone. In the wine shop, There were a few customers scattered around. An above-average-looking performer was playing the piano and singing. Her gentle and slightly resentful voice came from the stage. Many drunken guests were singing softly to the beat. Qin Feng seemed to be at ease, but in fact he had already released his inner demon doppelganger into the hearts of the living beings in the city, dancing with their emotions. Countless stories played out in the saint's soul. If it wasn't for the fact that the saint's soul was extremely powerful, Qin Feng wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. With the power of one person, he was able to erode all the living beings in the city. Qin Feng had no other choice. Without a target and without any distinctive features, he could only use this method to search for a needle in a haystack. The evolution of soul thoughts was the most mysterious thing. If one were to infect too many of these thoughts, it would easily corrode one's soul and affect one's cultivation of martial arts. Therefore, there were many factions in the martial Tao of time. Most of them lived in seclusion, hoping to avoid being disturbed by the mortal world. However, there was also a portion that liked to mingle with the mortal world and experience these thoughts. In the end, they could achieve the goal of tempering themselves. From Qin Feng's point of view, these miscellaneous thoughts were actually all tonics. The mixed thoughts could be sorted out and integrated into the illusory planes in the chaotic realm. These mixed thoughts could accelerate the evolution of these illusory planes. As for the soul imprints, they could be integrated into some planes that had already turned illusory into reality. They could be used as resources to nurture living beings. Sir, we're closing for the day. As the moon rose to the middle of the sky, the lights in Changshan City were extinguished one by one. A wooden youth dressed as a bartender walked over. He had a troubled look on his face. Pa! A large piece of pure and flawless spirit crystal appeared on the table. Seeing this spirit crystal, the eyes of the shopkeeper in the distance lit up. Spirit crystals were more precious than ordinary gold and silver items. Such a large piece of spirit crystal couldn't even be bought with 1,000 taels of gold. The flickering light of the fire illuminated the bartender's slightly sluggish face. He looked at the black-clothed youth with some surprise. A generous guest, an absolute generous guest. With such generosity, even the disciples of the large family clans were nothing more than this. Is this enough? Qin Feng's indifferent voice sounded. It's enough, it's enough. Sir, you can stay for as long as you want. I'll go heat up some wine for you. In addition, I'll instruct the kitchen to serve you a few of our Changfeng wine shop specialties. The plump shopkeeper, who looked like a landlord, stepped forward. His eyes were filled with surprise. He quickly stuffed the spirit crystals on the table into his pocket and looked around vigilantly. Then, he happily left with the slightly dull bartender. About 10 feet away, at another table, 2 middle-aged men looked at Qin Feng with strange expressions. Their eyes flashed with greed. As the saying goes, don't show off your wealth. With Qin Feng being so generous, it was hard not to believe that he had something even more precious on him. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. The triangular-eyed, middle-aged man gave a look to the cold-faced, middle-aged man with a hoarse face. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint. The two of them secretly touched the swords in their hands. One of them stood up and quietly entered the wine shop's kitchen. The other walked towards Qin Feng. He had a kind smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. The moment the two of them revealed their killing intent, Qin Feng felt that the two of them did not have good intentions. With a thought, he understood where the reason was. The two of them were ordinary martial artists. Qin Feng did not put them in his heart. It was just that the two of them were exceptionally daring. They were actually prepared to commit murder in the shop and rob him. They were even prepared to silence him. Two clowns. Qin Feng shook his head. With a thought, a stream of true power absorbed the water vapor from the heaven and earth. The triangular-eyed middle-aged man, who was preparing to sneak attack, was instantly killed. He turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. In the kitchen, the middle-aged man who had taken out his saber and was about to kill the manager, and the bartender was also turned into a pile of dried bones in the blink of an eye. That's right, it's too slow for me to search like this. After being reminded by the two fellows who killed and robbed, Qin Feng thought of an even faster way to search. This method was very simple. He only needed to kill everyone in the city and imprint their souls into the countless illusory planes in the chaotic domain. It would not take long for him to find clues to the star god's treasure. The ominous glint in his eyes flashed. He was originally a lawless person. Although massacring the city would cause hundreds of thousands of innocent people to die, it was not impossible for him to do it for the Queen of Silver Moon and her son. While thinking, the killing intent in his eyes was about to explode. The next moment, with a thought, the killing intent in his eyes disappeared. A heart demon's body actually sent a message. There was a clue. At this moment, in the extreme North Snow region, in a secret warehouse, a young man in white who was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. A trace of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. Why is my saint's soul so uneasy? It seems that something important is about to be taken away. Chapter 890. What's wrong, young master? At the side, Patriarch Black Spirit couldn't hide his satisfaction. This trip to the extreme North Snow region was a fruitful one. The glacier treasury was indeed a secret vault left behind by the ancient glacier divine empress. There were all kinds of treasures, spiritual items, and elixirs. This was comparable to the accumulation of some second-rate sects for thousands of years. The one who benefited the most was still the white-clothed girl. Patriarch Black Spirit's eyes flickered. Not far from the white-clothed girl, a tall evil god was sealed and kneeling on the altar. The white-clothed girl was refining the evil god in an orderly manner. The deity position of the evil god Glacier was a famous ice controller among the 7th-grade deity positions. After obtaining this deity position and the Glacier Divine Empress's legacy, Guan Roland's rise was just a matter of time. The girl's body faintly emitted a divine light that could freeze the heavens. Even a 7th-stage Earth Sage like Patriarch Black Spirit was fearful of her. She really reached the heavens in a single step. She might even be able to compete for the ice deity position in the future. Patriarch Black Spirit was secretly envious and even jealous. He wished he was a girl too. I'm feeling uneasy. Sudden inspiration. I'm afraid something bad is about to happen. Yiding's face was gloomy. His current aura was very mysterious as he absorbed and released energy. He had a grand aura that was free and unrestrained by the mortal world. Great Sage. This was a unique aura of a 6th-stage Great Sage. He had also obtained great benefits from the Glacier Divine Treasure. No, I have to return to Xingqian School and ask a supremacy for help. Yiding's eyes were filled with sternness. Yiding trusted his intuition. He left Guan Roland alone in the Glacier Divine Treasure to cultivate while he brought true Monarch Qi Rong, Patriarch Black Spirit, and Patriarch Blood Demon back to Xingqian School. Feeling Yi Ding's departure, Guan Roland opened her eyes and revealed a trace of doubt. She looked at the sealed evil god Glacier and immediately closed her eyes to refine it. The evil god Glacier's soul faintly let out a resentful roar, but Guan Roland's expression was abnormally cold. Changshan City, outside the Diamond Sect. The Vajra sect was ranked below average among the many sects in Changshan City. This was especially true for his secret invincible Vajra golden body and Vajra sword technique. They were very famous even among many sections. Under the cover of the night, a figure appeared outside the encampment of the Vajra sect in Changshan City. It was a black-robed man. Judging from his figure, he looked like a young man. His expression was calm as he swept his gaze across the Vajra sect's encampment. His eyes were filled with a cruel sneer. He muttered to himself, "The King Kong sect is ranked 15th in terms of strength. They have the invincible King Kong golden body and the King Kong sword technique, 2 advanced stage spiritual martial force inheritances. They are suitable to be my advanced technique." He glanced at his surroundings. Under the pitch-black night sky, there was only the sound of the night watchman and the occasional patrol team. He glanced at his surroundings, and with a light leap, he quietly landed in the courtyard. Ding! At this moment, a melodious voice resounded in his mind. Host, 10 blood transfusion realm monsters have been discovered, and 3 chi-sensing realm monsters have been discovered. Hearing the cold mechanical voice in his mind, his expression did not change, as if he was already familiar with it. His gaze swept across the courtyard, and several hidden sentries in the courtyard fell into his eyes. With a move of his hand, an invisible claw appeared in his hand. He locked onto a group of 4 patrolling teams in front of him and pounced forward. The 4 people holding torches only felt a cold light sweep past them. They immediately covered their necks, and their faces were filled with fear. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a blood transfusion realm monster. You have gained 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a blood transfusion realm monster. You have gained 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a blood transfusion realm monster. You have gained 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a blood transfusion realm monster. You have gained 30 experience points. For consecutive sounds rang out. Killing a blood transfusion realm monster gives 2 little experience points. Each kill only gives 30 experience points. If I want to advance to the Martial Path's 10th heaven, I need at least 10,000 experience points. The young man's face was filled with dissatisfaction. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the encampment of the Vajra sect? Hearing the commotion, the other patrolling teams, as well as the hidden sentries, roared and rushed over. Good timing. Another wave of experience points is coming. The black-clothed man's eyes lit up. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. His body rushed forward like a cheetah, and 5 cold lights tore through the air. Bang! The first to rush over was a Martial Path's 4th heaven disciple. In his panic, his broadsword shattered, and the cold light directly tore through his chest. Blood flowed out. This disciple did not die immediately. He immediately let out a miserable scream. Clutching his chest, he retreated in horror. Master, save me. Die. Turn all of it into experience points. Huh. The black-clothed man laughed coldly. His body pounced forward, and the young disciple's head was immediately broken. He died abruptly. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a Martial Path's 4th heaven monster. You have gained 60 experience points. Damn it, he actually killed our 3rd senior brother. We must avenge our 3rd senior brother. The remaining Vajra sect disciples were enraged and rushed over angrily. What are you shouting for? Anyway, you are my experience points. The black-clothed man laughed disdainfully. His eyes were cold, and his body swept over like a gust of wind. The cold light pierced through the flesh, and the 4 Vajra sect disciples who rushed over were cut into pieces like bamboo. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a Martial Path's 3rd stage blood changing realm monster. You have gained 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a Martial Path's 3rd stage blood changing realm monster. You have gained 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a Martial Path's 3rd stage blood changing realm monster. You have gained 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a Martial Path's 4th stage blood changing realm monster. You have gained 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a Martial Path's 3rd stage blood changing realm monster. You have gained 30 experience points. Ding! The Martial Path's 4th stage blood changing realm monster dropped a bronze treasure chest. Do you want to pick it up? Yeah, it dropped a treasure chest. The black-clothed man's face revealed a trace of surprise as he broke the neck of a Vajra sect disciple. In the system, treasure chests were divided into 5 grades: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum treasure chests. Generally, only in very rare cases would monsters drop treasure chests. Pick it up. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a bronze treasure chest. You have obtained the Vajrasek's fundamental martial path sword technique. Host, do you want to cultivate it immediately? One unexpected harvest. Sure enough, these monsters from famous sects are good fortune. However, the Vajrasek strength is still a little weak. If one day I kill my way to Xingqian school, I wonder what level of martial arts I can obtain. Don't cultivate it. Ding. The Vajrasek's fundamental martial path sword technique has been recorded on a martial arts bookshelf. Host, please continue to work hard. Hearing the cold mechanical voice in his mind, the black-clothed man's eyes were filled with the flames of ambition. His gaze swept across the entire Vajrasek, and he sneered, like a hunter who had set his eyes on his prey. Not the system flow, not the system flow, not the system flow. Important things must be said 3 times. There's more later. Chapter 891. System. In the night sky above the titanium sect, Qin Feng seemed to have become one with the night sky. Naturally, he saw everything that the black-clothed man did. He knew that nothing in the city could escape his eyes due to his inner demon, including that mysterious, invincible system. In Qin Feng's divine mind, an extremely dense cluster of starlight was expanding in the black-clothed man's body. Every time he killed someone, the martial artist's spirit was quickly dissolved by this cluster of light. Most of the martial artist's spirit was taken away by this cluster of light, leaving behind a trace that merged into the black-clothed man's body to aid his cultivation. Occasionally, this cluster of light would extract a part of the martial arts techniques of the martial artist killed as a random reward. This method of leveling up by killing people was undoubtedly very fast. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, this method was completely spoiling things by pulling up seedlings, like force-feeding a duck. Although he was invincible in the early stages, in the later stages, unless he reforged his foundation, he would definitely not be able to advance to the final step. This method of growth had 2 obvious external traces. The strongest part of a powerhouse was not how much power he could control, but how much power he could perfectly control. This method of leveling up by killing people would certainly make one stronger, but many external forces would unknowingly change the martial artist, gradually turning him into another person. This person was also the best host for this system to possess. Yes, this system was not something that was born naturally. In Qin Feng's eyes, this system had nowhere to hide. This was a remnant soul, the remnant soul of an ancient powerhouse. As for the so-called host space of the system, it was a huge bounded domain. It was wrong to call it a pure bounded domain. This was also a supreme treasure. It was the primordial star atlas, one of the 365 supreme treasures of the primordial Xingqian school. This treasure was ranked second among the 9 supreme treasures of the Xingqian school. Since ancient times, there was almost no one in the Xingqian school who could refine this supreme treasure. I really did not expect that existence to survive in this way. I think that when this Dumbo below completes his cultivation of the body of the star god, he would definitely be able to possess a complete resurrection. Qin Feng rubbed his chin, a dark look flashing in his eyes. He reckoned that in the normal course of events, this idiot below would meet Yi Ding 2 years later. Given Yi Ding's temper, even with this rash fellow's cultivation speed, he would not be able to get away with it. If things went wrong, he might die in Yi Ding's hands and be completely plundered by Yi Ding. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of a smile as he looked at the Vajrasek, the primeval chaos star atlas. Once this treasure was seized, Yi Ding's good days would soon come to an end. The black-robed man charged forward, becoming stronger and stronger as he fought. Blood flowed like a river in the courtyard as all the experts of the Vajrasek fell one by one, their corpses strewn across the courtyard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th-stage inner abyssal stage monster. The reward is 120 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a 6th-level divine force realm monster. Receive 240 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a 7th level true Chi realm monster. 480 experience points gained. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 8 martial Dao stage liquefied monster. The reward is 960 experience points. Ding. A level 6 martial Dao stage monster dropped an intermediate bronze treasure chest. Will you pick it up? Ding. A level 8 martial Dao stage monster dropped an advanced bronze treasure chest. Will you pick it up? A series of notifications caused the black-robed youth's face to flush and his eyes to shine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a total of 11,000 points. Will you level up? Level up immediately. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, level 9. Level 9, Divine Transformation Realm. The black-robed youth laughed loudly as a powerful aura rushed out from his body. The surrounding Yuan Qi was stirred up and abnormally tyrannical. Who exactly are you? What grudge do you have with the Vajra sect? In the courtyard, the Vajra sect master, Wang Dalian, was covered in a coat. Blood flowed from his eyes as he looked at the slaughtered sect members and disciples. His wife, the famous Rakshasa Yi Sanyang, was also lying in a pool of blood at his feet. What an unexpected calamity. Wang Dalian had been cautious and conscientious ever since he became the Vajra sect master. He had never made any enemies. A powerful gust of wind burst out from his skin, and his entire person seemed to be vaguely like a Vajra. Ding! Host, a level 10 Divine Gate Stage monster has been discovered. Initial assessment. Average danger. He actually broke through in the middle of a battle. The black-robed youth was slightly taken aback, but then he sneered. With the help of the system, it was not impossible for him to kill enemies beyond his realm. He looked coldly at the Vajra sect master, Wang Dalian. All right, Wang. To tell you the truth, I have no grudge with you. But don't hate me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. You deserve to die. The black-robed youth revealed a huge, invisible wolf claw in his hand. As his strength increased, the 5 sky wolf claws shone brightly, emitting a cold light that could easily crush divine weapons. The youth wanted to know if the invincible Vajra golden body of the Vajra sect or the sky wolf claws that he had obtained were harder. Boom! Roar! As he moved, a strong gust of wind stirred up. A cold glint suddenly appeared above the head of the Vajra sect master. The sect master, who was abnormally tall and sturdy like a Vajra, let out a roar and threw a punch at the black-robed youth with bloodshot eyes. Splat! The sharp wolf claws tore through the Vajra sect master's steel-like golden body like a rag. Under the Vajra sect master's incredulous gaze, the claws tore open his chest and dug out a warm heart. The black-robed youth smiled malevolently and squeezed hard. Intense hatred and indignation flashed across the Vajra sect master's eyes as he fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 10th stage Divine Gate realm monster. Obtained 3,840 experience points. Ding! A 10th stage Martial Path monster dropped a low-grade silver treasure chest. Will you pick it up? Haha, a silver treasure chest is very rare. Of course, I'll pick it up. The black-robed youth wiped the blood off his hands and laughed loudly. I really didn't expect the Vajra sect master to be so generous. The system's cold mechanical voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest. Obtained an advanced Vajra sect sword technique. Vajra sword technique. Will the host cultivate it immediately? Vajra sword technique. This sword technique actually dropped. Haha, I'm so lucky. Even the heavens are helping me. The black-robed youth beamed with joy. Cultivate it? Of course I'm going to cultivate it. Who are you? Suddenly, the black-robed youth noticed that a person had suddenly appeared a few dozen feet away. It was a handsome black-robed youth with a pair of sharp eyebrows that looked like stars. He was in high spirits. The black-robed youth couldn't help but feel jealous. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Was someone here to give him experience points again? Ding! Ding! Host, a level 89 Great Sage Grade monster has been discovered. Initial assessment is that it's very dangerous. Host is advised to flee immediately. Take note and flee immediately. In the end, the black-robed youth realized that the cold mechanical voice in his mind had changed. It even had a hint of desperation. There's more later. Chapter 892. The black-clothed youth was stunned. He had never heard such a sharp and urgent alarm before. Almost instinctively, the black-clothed youth turned and ran. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of feet away. Do you think you can run? Qin Feng opened his hand. His divine sense revolved, and the surrounding 10,000 feet of space was locked down. His palms slammed into the void, a great force smashing into the black-clothed youth. Ah! With a miserable scream, the black-clothed youth's body disintegrated inch by inch. His eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. However, he could only watch helplessly as his body disintegrated. Wong! His flesh and blood exploded. A mass of light shot into the skies, tearing through space like starlight and flying away. This was a mass of silver-white light. Its true form was a silver-white divine diagram. This was the true appearance of that mysterious system. You want to run? Qin Feng sneered. The strength of a six-step great saint spread out, completely locking down the void. Bang! A beam of divine light was emitted from the divine diagram. It was a sight to behold, and the silver divine light broke through his suppression inch by inch. A strange light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. It had to be known that although he was at the six-step great saint realm, as the dragon ancestor, the strength of his body was in no way inferior to that of an ordinary eighth-step world king. Bang! Faintly, Qin Feng could see a massive world domain that seemed to be formed from the stars of the heavens. Within this world domain, an ancient star god, king, opened his eyes and punched out, shattering the void. Open for me! A roar filled the air. A massive strength broke through Qin Feng's suppression, wanting to escape. This strength was comparable to a ninth-step saint's son. It wasn't easy for me to bump into such a big fish. How could I let you run away? Qin Feng sneered. How could a duck that was already in his mouth escape? Second law, demon suppression. The source strength of the three top world domains within his body swallowed up, turning into 12 ancient devil tablets that shot out. But in front of the divine diagram's path, the 12 devil tablets, each one as heavy as an ancient devil mountain, suddenly came crashing down. Even space and time seemed to stop flowing. The dense power of laws emitted by the divine diagram instantly froze and collapsed upon contact. Damn it! The star god king manifested by the divine diagram had a furious look on his face, but he was unable to put up any resistance. Who the hell are you? Why are you ruining my plans? The ancient will glared at Qin Feng with a ferocious expression. Can't you tell who I am? Have you forgotten about the art of the primordial stars? Qin Feng stepped forward and arrived in front of the divine diagram. This divine diagram was incomparably complicated, and the mysteries of all the stars in the heavens seemed to revolve around it. The origin star map was ranked second among the 9 star treasures of Xingqian School. It contained the stars and the great path of truth. Are you the disciple and grand disciple of those traitors? It would have been better if Qin Feng had not mentioned it. When it came to Xingqian School, this ancient existence became even crazier and angrier. Like a volcano erupting from Huang Xiaolong's body, the 12 devil steels trembled. However, it was unable to shake the 12 devil steels. The 12 devil steels seemed to have taken root in time and space, firmly suppressing Huang Xiaolong. In the 3 top-notch realms within Qin Feng's body, source energy was continuously gathering. Traitors? We are not traitors. Qin Feng shook his head. He did not know the reason behind the internal strife of the primordial Xingqian School, but he was not willing to be the scapegoat. At this moment, Qin Feng frowned. In Changshan City, Many powerful experts seem to have sensed the huge fluctuations in this area, and many powerful experts flew over. In the sky, figures flew over. Can't cause more trouble. Qin Feng grabbed the divine diagram and forcefully stuffed it into the primordial stars, using the power of the three realms to suppress it. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot like a stream of light. After a few breaths, a few streams of light landed outside the Vajra sect's base. What happened? Why is everyone here dead? What happened? That huge origin energy fluctuation just now. Could it be the birth of some supreme treasure? That's very likely. Otherwise, why would the people of the Vajra sect all suddenly die? Search. We must find that detestable murderer. Yes. After the experts recovered from their shock, the flames of greed were ignited in most of them. However, after searching the entire Vajra sect, they did not find any useful clues. The only clue was the masked youth in black who did not belong to the Vajra sect. However, the masked youth's head was intact, and his body had been blown into more than a dozen pieces. No one could make the dead speak for a while. In a mountain forest dozens of miles away from Changshan City, a black light flashed, and a figure appeared under the bright moon. A wolf, listening to the terrifying cries of wild beasts. Qin Feng looked around, and his brows suddenly twitched. Boom! In the primordial stars, it was as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down. Rolling thunder clouds appeared, and strong winds blew. Countless newborn creatures trembled. In the center of the primordial stars, a divine diagram that emitted endless starlight struggled violently. It rose and fell, resisting the suppression of the primordial stars. Good heavens, it is indeed a Deshang star treasure. Its power is close to that of a second-tier primordial star treasure. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness as he stepped into the primal chaos domain. He had plenty of ways to deal with such prisoners. Outside a silver-white palace in the star sect, there were white clouds beneath his feet. Countless palaces were arranged neatly like stars beneath his feet. Yiding was pacing back and forth outside the palace. His eyes were filled with anxiety. The constant feeling of tension in the depths of his saint's soul made him extremely frustrated. However, he could not vent his anger. He wanted to rush into the palace several times, but the existence in the palace was respected by even his foster father. He could not afford to be careless. At the side, Ancestor He Ling, Blood Demon Ancestor, and perfected Lord Qi were confused. After spending a lot of time together, the three of them knew that Yi Ding was a very calm and shrewd person, even though he looked arrogant and condescending on the surface. It was rare for him to be so manic. Junior brother Yi, calm down. You can't do anything by walking around like this. At the side, a sweet girl in pink looked at Yi Ding helplessly. Senior sister Su Tian, can the Star Lord of the Xuanji Star Divine, who is stealing my opportunity and stealing my luck? Yi Ding looked at the beautiful girl in pink with a gloomy expression. Su Tian was about to speak when a girl in green with a cold expression walked out from the Star Palace. How is it, Senior Sister Qinyan? Can the Star Master calculate it? Yi Ding put down Su Tian and walked forward impatiently. Junior brother Yi, the Star Master, said that if the primordial origin blocks the path, the primordial origin benefits. If the primordial origin blocks the path, the primordial origin benefits. Yi Ding could not help but raise his head and ask, Senior Sister Qinyan, what do these words mean? You need to comprehend it yourself. We can't understand the mystery behind it. Even the Supreme of the world can't explain it. The girl in green shook her head. Her expression was cold as she turned and left. She left behind Yi Ding, who was deep in thought and could not figure out what was going on. The primordial origin. Qin Feng, that little bastard, seems to call himself the primordial origin. His title is also the primordial origin. Could it be that this little bastard is doing something against me? Yi Ding's face turned cold when he thought of Qin Feng. No, I must investigate this little bastard's whereabouts. I can't let him steal my opportunity. There's more later. Chapter 893. Yi Ding is extremely furious. He angrily goes down the mountain to search for traces of Qin Feng. Qin Feng suppressed the primordial Xingqian school in the primal chaos domain and immediately began to concoct it. Wind, thunder, earth, and fire rolled on the silver divine diagram. Open for me. The remnant soul in the divine diagram resisted with all its might, trying to escape. However, under the continuous bombardment, it could not escape at all. Primordial Chaos Sect Leader, since you are also the former Primordial Xingqian School Leader, I will give you a way out. Take the initiative to give up this treasure and submit to me. Otherwise, I am afraid you will not be able to escape today. Don't even think about it. You want to steal my treasure? Dream on. Even if I make it self-destruct, I will not let it fall into your hands. The ancient remnant soul's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with a trace of determination. Self-destruct. It's not that I underestimate you, but you are also an expert from the ancient times. You have been struggling at death's door until now. Would you be willing to self-destruct at this juncture? Qin Feng sneered and simply retracted his divine ability. He did not believe that the remnant soul in front of him was willing to self-destruct. The arrival of the Golden Era was self-evident to all the experts who had survived from the ancient times. Such an ancient expert had lived for too long and had long seen through everything. It was not easy for him to see hope. So how could he self-destruct? He was unwilling. Of course, he was unwilling. Qin Feng had indeed guessed the thoughts in the depths of the remnant soul's heart. He had painstakingly impersonated the system and used the black-clothed youth to collect essence energy. It had not been easy for him to recover a portion of his cultivation and see the hope of becoming a Tao god. How could the remnant soul be willing to self-destruct? It was as if he saw the remnant soul's guilty conscience in silence. Actually, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Although you have fallen into my hands, as long as you give me this primordial chaos star map and swear an oath with me, I will not kill you. As long as you don't bother me, I promise that as long as you serve me for 200 years, I will let you go. Qin Feng observed the remnant soul's expression and gave a hope. Impossible, this primordial chaos star map is the most precious treasure of my sect. How can I give it to you? The remnant soul sneered and refused. Qin Feng wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. He knew that this remnant soul was already tempted. The remnant soul didn't want to die. It was not easy for the remnant soul to encounter an era of great battles. This was a great era that was hard to come by even in hundreds of years. How could it be willing to end its life here? If he had already given up, he would not have pretended to be the system and deceived those ignorant geniuses. Apart from the black-clothed youth that Qin Feng had killed, this was actually the second time he had deceived him. The last time was in the previous era. Unfortunately, at the end of the era, there was a limit to the number of deity positions, and that body could only die of old age. This time, he had awakened once more. But just as he had begun, he had encountered the killer Qin Feng and had been discovered, bid as high as the sky, but bid as low as the ground. Qin Feng didn't really need the Chaos Origin Star map. The most suitable life-bound, true treasure for him was still the Tower of Stars. There was also the Star God Treasury. The Queen of Silver Moon and her son could not wait for long. The reason why he had bid so high was simply to bid as low as the ground. How about this? I don't want your Chaos Origin Star map, but you have to hand over the Star God Treasury that you have and swear to the heavens that you will serve me wholeheartedly for 200 years. Star God Treasury? The remnant soul was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was also an extremely smart person. He immediately knew that Qin Feng's goal had never been the Chaos Origin Star map in his hands. That was true. Although the Chaos Origin Star map was precious and was comparable to an ancient second-rate true treasure, it had been refined by him for hundreds of years. Qin Feng couldn't completely control it in a short period of time. He might even be restricted by the hidden cards he had left in it. Instinctively, he was unwilling. The remnant soul's eyes flickered with struggle. He had used the Star God Treasury once in the previous era. Using the true treasure within, He had recovered to his former peak in a short period of time and even improved further. This was what he had relied on to rise in this era. Why do you have to do this? There will be many eras to plan for the treasure in the future. However, in such a great era, there will only be one in hundreds or even thousands of years. Once you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Although the treasure is important, the deity position is the ultimate pursuit of my generation. Qin Feng's faint voice entered the remnant soul's ears, which was deep in thought, and there was some kind of impatience in it. The remnant soul's expression changed, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He was the leader of the last Chaos Origin Xingqian school. Why had anyone dared to threaten him like this? However, what Qin Feng said was the truth. This was not the time to be calculative. This brat is so arrogant. After this calamity, I will definitely make this little bastard pay back 1,000 times. Don't try to play any tricks. I'm not a brat. If we fall out, Qin Feng, will at most lose the trace of the Star God treasury. However, Qin Feng's tone was cold and piercing. When these words landed in the remnant soul's heart, his heart turned cold. That gaze seemed to pierce through his heart, exposing all the dark thoughts that had just appeared in his heart. The remnant soul was secretly impressed. The other party's insight into people's hearts was much better than those old monsters who have been around for many years. I can tell you the information about the Star God treasury. However, the condition is that you have to agree to my other request. The remnant soul finally made up his mind. What other conditions do you have? As long as it is reasonable, I can satisfy you. Qin Feng stared at the remnant soul, as if he wanted to see if the remnant soul had any tricks up his sleeves. The remnant soul's expression did not change, and he said frankly, "My request is that you have to find a physical body for me." He glanced at Qin Feng and said coldly, "You destroyed the physical body that I painstakingly cultivated. You have to compensate me. Otherwise, I will not give you the secret of the Star God treasury, even if I die." Speaking of the physical body, the remnant soul looked angrily at Qin Feng. In this world of great strife, every step slower was an inch further away from the deity position. That black-clothed young man was his direct descendant with a pure bloodline. It could be said that he had spent countless efforts to find him. He had carefully selected him and cultivated him step by step. However, everything had been destroyed by Qin Feng. Without this physical body, his future path was basically cut off. If not for being restrained by Qin Feng, he would have thought of perishing together with him. No problem. Isn't it just a physical body? Qin Feng agreed. The remnant soul sneered. Listen carefully. It is a physical body that is perfectly compatible with my divine soul. It is not an ordinary inferior physical body. What he wanted was not an inferior physical body, but a physical body that was perfectly compatible with his divine soul. Such a physical body was very difficult to appear, unless there was a direct bloodline descendant or an innate spirit fetus. There was no need to think about a direct bloodline descendant. Although he had left behind a bloodline before he died, it was too rushed. It was already a blessing to be able to find one. As for an innate spirit fetus, that was even more difficult. An innate spirit fetus would only be born in some special places. Every time one was born, it would be an existence similar to a true spirit. What's so difficult about that? Qin Feng smiled faintly. In terms of creation, was there anyone who could compare to him, the water dragon ancestor? Chapter 894. Boasting shamelessly. The remnant soul looked at Qin Feng in disdain. Creation belonged to the category of a high-level law. Generally speaking, an 8th-level holy king had the ability to create a simple life form out of nothing. However, creating a physical body out of thin air was extremely difficult. Such a physical body had to be exactly the same as a real physical body that was born from the heavens. It would have 100 apertures and unlimited potential. Only a demonic god who held the creation deity position had this ability, or a divine Tao dominator at the level of a master god. The remnant soul was right. Qin Feng was indeed unable to create something out of nothing. However, it was not impossible to create a physical body based on a ready-made body. With a thought, a drop of blood essence that was as red as agate appeared on his palm. Looking at this drop of blood essence, the remnant soul's expression changed slightly. This is a drop of blood essence refined from all the blood essence in your direct descendant's body. Qin Feng smiled. With a thought, gurgle gurgle. The remnant soul seemed to have heard the sound of countless streams colliding. A mysterious space was opened. Countless blood river primordial water gushed out and was forcefully controlled by Qin Feng. It turned into pure blood essence and was blasted into the core drop of blood essence. Visible to the naked eye, the blood essence expanded and started to nurture a baby. A ring of thin film was formed around the baby. It was like a nascent embryo. With a thought, Qin Feng's Grand Moon primordial water, myriad spirits primordial water, and Nine Yang primordial water of the 9 legendary primordial waters appeared and merged into the nascent embryo. Grand Moon primordial water created the bones. Myriad spirits primordial water gave the bones spirituality. Nine Yang primordial water created the mysteries of yin and yang. The remnant soul looked at this scene with his eyes wide open. He was shocked. He looked at Qin Feng as if he was a monster. Qin Feng took in the remnant soul's expression and smiled. It was not difficult to create such a low-level thing. Moreover, he had a drop of blood essence from the young man in black. In fact, this was not considered creation. It was only considered an acceleration. With a seed, how difficult was it to grow a sapling? Whoosh whoosh. Gradually, the remnant soul seemed to see the baby's cute little mouth open and start to breathe. It's alive. A look of joy flashed across the remnant soul's face. He could feel the attraction this body had for him. Whether it was in terms of aptitude or spirituality, this body was not inferior to the black-clothed youth from before. Especially after being cleansed by the Xiantian primordial waters, it was pure and flawless, without the slightest trace. It was just waiting for him, the master, to integrate into it. How is it? Qin Feng stopped and recalled the true water. All right, looking at this physical body, the remnant soul finally made its final decision. Your Excellency, please make an oath. Qin Feng glanced at the remnant soul and raised a hand. On the great Tao, I, Qin Feng, swear here today that as long as this person in front of me immediately tells me the complete secret of the Star God's secret vault and serves me wholeheartedly for 200 years, I will not harm this person for the next 200 years and promise to set this person free after 200 years. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning. Boom! As soon as he said that, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky in response to his oath. At Qin Feng's level, he could affect heaven and earth when he touched upon the laws. If he activated the oath of the laws, he could directly connect with the origin will of the unseen. After making the oath, Qin Feng expressionlessly pushed the baby in front of him and sent it into the divine map. Catching the baby, the remnant soul carefully examined it. Seeing that there were no hidden traps in the baby's body, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng, since you keep your word, I won't go back on my word. The remnant soul was also happy. After pondering for a moment, a ball of light flowed out from the remnant soul and flew toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng caught it. Buzz. Hugging the infant, the primal chaos star map unfurled, transforming into countless stars that fused into the skies above the primal chaos domain. As these stars appeared, Qin Feng felt that the primal chaos domain's ability to absorb and spit out void origin energy had suddenly increased by over 70%. The stars connected to some of the planes at the edge of the chaotic realm, plucking them down and turning them into stars that helped the chaotic realm condense the order of the stars. With this integration, this supreme treasure gradually fused with the chaotic realm. Without the consent of Qin Feng, the master of this world, rashly leaving would inevitably cause great damage to his vitality. This was a proof of allegiance. He's a smart person. A dim light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. At this time, he extinguished the killing intent in his heart. Although he swore not to harm this person, it didn't mean that he couldn't kill him. 5 bolts of lightning would be a disaster for others, but for him, even 10 bolts of lightning or 10,000 bolts of lightning wouldn't be able to truly hurt him. However, Qin Feng had always been wary of an ancient remnant soul. However, this chaotic realm had been managed and refined by Qin Feng, and even had his heart demon infiltrated. He was confident that the remnant soul didn't have the ability to play tricks under his nose. Looking at the ball of light in his hand, Qin Feng separated a trace of his heart demon and merged it with the ball of light. Seeing that there were no hidden tricks, he slowly read the information within. After a while, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of thoughtfulness. It's actually in the depths of the dimensional void. He actually built this treasure trove in the dimensional void. The dimensional void was extremely vast. Even the chaotic realm community created by Qin Feng was like a drop in the ocean in the dimensional void, as inconspicuous as seawater. It was not easy to find a treasure trove in the dimensional void. However, if he had the coordinates to guide him, it would be different. The coordinates were in the hands of the primordial chaos sect master. With a flash, Qin Feng followed the coordinates and rushed out of the chaotic realm, quickly approaching the location of the coordinates. Changshan City, on the original site of the Vajra sect. Yiding looked gloomily at the raised Vajra sect base in front of him. Seeing everything in front of him, the warning signs from the depths of his soul almost jumped out. Su Tian, and Zhou Qingyun were beside Yiding. Behind them were the 3 ancient existences, Ancestor He Ling, Lord Qi Rong, and Ancestor Blood Demon. On the other side, the leaders of the various forces in Changshan City were watching from the periphery. These leaders, who were usually high and mighty, all had extremely respectful expressions. Looking at each other, Su Tian's expression was a little impatient. She transmitted her voice to her senior sister, Zhou Qingyun, beside her. Senior sister, what exactly did Master calculate this time? Why do we have to follow this playboy, junior brother Yiding? Junior sister, be careful with your words. Zhou Qingyun's expression was cold. However, she could not stand Su Tan, and immediately transmitted her voice. In short, this matter involves a treasure trove. Master has calculated that this is where our great opportunity lies. Senior brother Tiango, do you have any clues? Yiding's face was gloomy as he looked at a pointy-faced young man in a gray robe with a loose nose. This young man had a strange appearance. His fluffy hair was like a lion's, and his nose was extremely red. It moved in the air, and there was a strange aura in his eyes. There's more later. Also, I want to talk about the New Year update. The New Year is coming soon, and as usual, the author will be going to the countryside to celebrate the New Year. Of course, I will not stop updating during the New Year, but sometimes the number of updates will be relatively low. Everyone, please forgive me. After the New Year, I will immediately resume updating. Chapter 895. Not far away from the Vajra sect, 2 ordinary martial artists were looking at the Vajra sect. Both of them were dressed in dark robes with wide sleeves and jade ornaments. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Celestial Go Xingjuan Yiding actually found him. The leader was a young man who looked slightly older. There was a strange look in his eyes. Strangely, although he spoke, his voice seemed to blend into the void, making it difficult for others to hear him clearly. Senioring, could Celestial Go Xingjuan be a senior of our Xingqian school? Asked a young man beside him. He was dressed in a black robe with a jade ornament. He had a jade crown on his head, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. There was a fierce aura between his brows. If Qin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this young man. Qian Kai. At this moment, Qian Kai had some amazing encounter and was a level 5 Holy King. The young man who was addressed as senior brother glanced at Qian Kai beside him with a slightly strange look in his eyes. Qian Kai had obtained the legacy of a primordial poison god, refined the body, and integrated it into his own body. It could be said that he had reached the heavens in a single bound. Celestial Ghost Xingjuan is not outstanding among the many elders of Xingchen School. However, he is famous because he has a special ability. Special ability? Tracking. It is said that his main star is a beast-shaped star in the sky. It has a unique attribute. It is said that even if you erase your aura and shield yourself in the heavens, you will not be able to escape from his tracking. This person and 7 other people from Xingchen School inherited the 8 Wonder Star Lords. Qian Kai nodded. He glanced at the 2 girls beside Yi Ding, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. They are the 2 disciples of the Xuanji Star Lord. I heard that they're the reincarnations of famous stars in the Big Dipper. They are the Alcade Star Lord and the Tianji Star Lord. The Alcade Star and the Tianji Star were extremely powerful main stars. Qian Kai was secretly surprised. The Xuanji Star Lord was a very powerful figure in the sect. He was also one of the Grand Elders and was good at deduction. He was as famous as the Aqua Mirror Star Lord. Even the Xuanji Star Lord sent his disciples down the mountain. There must be some mystery behind this. A strange look flashed across Qian Kai's eyes. He and the man beside him had also accidentally discovered that Yi Ding and the others were acting strangely, so they hurriedly followed them. He glanced around and saw that other than them, there were also many powerful people from Xingchen School following them in secret. The Star Lord of Xuanji was too famous. Even the Star Lord of Xianji Star had been informed of this matter, so it was definitely not simple. I found him, Junior Martial Brother Yi. I've memorized his aura. Although his method of concealing his identity is very clever, he still can't escape my nose. The Heavenly Dog Star Lord's voice was hoarse, faintly carrying the aura of a ferocious beast. That's good. Please help me find him. Yi Ding's forehead was covered in sweat. He felt more and more pressured. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. He really couldn't understand where this feeling came from. Young Master. On the side, Old Ancestor Black Spirit glanced around and wanted to say something. I know. Yi Ding waved his hand. He knew what Old Ancestor Black Spirit wanted to say. He had also noticed those tails. We can't care about this anymore. Yi Ding shook his head. Let's go. At this moment, the Heavenly Dog Star Lord's nose twitched slightly and his sleeves shook. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void. He turned around and disappeared into it like a gust of wind. Let's go too. Most of the powerful people present had the ability to swim through the void. In an instant, they turned into streams of light and disappeared. Follow them. Qian Kai and Senior Martial Brother Ying turned into streams of light and followed closely behind. At the corner, under a pergola, 2 women walked out. Their appearances were surprisingly similar. Their red clothes were like phoenixes, but one was more mature while the other was more inexperienced. The 2 of them were like phoenixes descending to the world. Their red clothes were like flames. Second sister, how about it? Let me tell you, if you follow this playboy Yi Ding, you'll definitely gain something. Ji Feng, you're indeed treacherous. The other woman in red sneered. Ji Feng, what do you mean by treacherous? If it wasn't for your elder sister, who painstakingly planned for you, how could you have your current cultivation? The more mature woman in red's beautiful face was filled with dissatisfaction. You little girl, you're a typical ingrate. Ji Feng frowned and waved her hand. All right, we'd better follow them. The 2 of them suddenly disappeared into the void like 2 fiery phoenixes. It seems like someone is plotting against me. A wisp of a 7th-level Earth Saint soul had a unique, sudden inspiration ability. Although Qin Feng was not a 7th-level Earth Saint, he was more than 100 times stronger than a 7th-level Earth Saint. Moreover, he cultivated secret techniques like the Cosmos Phenomena art and the 6 Direction scripture. He was extremely sharp when it came to changes in heaven's secrets. Although he had not cultivated to the point where he could be triggered by someone's evil thoughts, it was still no small matter. Yi Ding and the others should have noticed it. Qin Feng guessed. Yi Ding's luck and providence were extraordinary. As a future primordial martial emperor, his achievements were not inferior to some of the ancient emperors of the primordial age. Such a person with great luck and providence could be called the son of heaven. Plotting against him and snatching the opportunity of such an existence would naturally trigger a warning from heaven and earth. Sudden inspiration. However, so what if they've noticed? I'm definitely going to snatch your opportunity. Qin Feng did not care whether those people had noticed or not. He had the upper hand and was not afraid of those people spying and coveting. Suddenly, his expression changed. A spot of light suddenly appeared in the void. Qin Feng's expression changed. His body moved and flew over. Gradually, a huge realm appeared in front of him. This was a desolate realm. The outer crystal walls had been completely destroyed, and a continent was exposed to the void and chaos. This is a part of the primordial astral realm. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He sensed carefully and immediately knew that he had found the right path. The primordial astral realm was a top-notch realm created by Emperor Ziwei. It was huge and majestic. It was not inferior to the primordial dragon realm, primordial spirit realm, primordial wilderness realm, and many other top-notch realms. Following the split of primordial chaos Xingqian school, the primordial astral realm was also split into several pieces. They were respectively occupied by the Xingqian school, Sun Moon Sword sect, Tianliang sect, primordial chaos sect, and other major sections. There were countless fragments that separated and fell into the void, forming many small, wild realms. Qin Feng flew closer to this continent. Countless violent storms blew around him. This wild realm was already on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse at any time. Qin Feng flew and landed on the continent. The continent was filled with quicksand. It was like a desert filled with desolation. Occasionally, there would be ruins, showing that this continent once had a civilization. In front of ruin, Qin Feng found an ancient door. This door was modeled like an archway that had been baptized by time. The milky white patterns had traces of the vicissitudes of life. It's you, the gate of stars. Looking at this door, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. There's more later. Chapter 896. The Gate of Stars was ranked 21st among the 365 star treasures of Xingqian School. The Gate of Stars contained the true meanings of stars, space, suppression, and the 5 elements. If one did not possess the supreme heart technique of Xingqian School, even if one was lucky enough to find this region, they would not be able to recognize the true face of this treasure. It was also because of the suppression of this gate that this small region did not collapse and be crushed by the void storm. According to the information given by the primordial chaos sect leader, the Star Secret Vault was linked to this Gate of Stars. There were many ways to open the Gate of Stars. Depending on the hand seals, different coordinates could be sent. If one did not have a matching method, even if one recognized the true face of this treasure, it would be difficult to find the real Star Secret Vault. Dust danced in the air, and the yellow sand in the desert covered one's face. His long hair danced in the wind as Qin Feng activated the primordial chaos law, true power, and formed seals. Like bees, countless ancient runes fused into the gate. The gate lit up. Every time a rune fused, the gate would light up a little. Qin Feng's divine will fused into the gate, and he seemed to see thousands of chaotic coordinates. Following his hand seals, a portion of the coordinates in the gate were hidden. Gradually, a coordinate that emitted starlight appeared. That's it. Qin Feng stirred up the surging true power in his body and suddenly blasted it into the coordinate. Boom! Wind and thunder surged, and a silver whirlpool passage appeared in the Gate of Stars. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the depths of the whirlpool passage. A look of understanding flashed in his eyes, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Just a moment after Qin Feng left, numerous streams of light in the endless void locked onto this barren continent and suddenly descended. In a few breaths, they arrived in front of the gate. It's here. He left not long ago. The heavenly dog Star-Lord's nose twitched, and his hand seals continued. It was as if his sense of smell had surpassed time, and he could smell the tracks of fate and time. Isn't this the Gate of Stars? Sizing up the surroundings, a low cry of surprise suddenly rang out. The Gate of Stars? Yi Ding turned around and saw Su Tian staring at the dilapidated and ordinary door in front of her with a look of shock. Yi Ding's face darkened as he circulated the art of the Chaos Origin Stars and sensed the faint connection with the door. Why was there a Gate of Stars here? Where did he go after passing through the Gate of Stars? The bad feeling in Yi Ding's heart almost turned into a solid drum, causing his heart to beat violently. This seems to be a fragment of the ancient astral realm that was shattered after the chaos of the 7 stars. Looking around, Zhou Qingyun fell into deep thought. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhou Qingyun. In terms of experience, even Yi Ding could not compare to Zhou Qingyun, the reincarnated Star Lord of the Knowledge Star. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Zhou Qingyun sighed. It looks like Qin Feng found a star god treasury that slipped through the net after the chaos of the 7 stars. If I'm not wrong, the person who died in the King Kong sex encampment should be the descendant of the legendary Primordius Xingqian School's leader. Star God's treasury. Even Yi Ding sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard these words. Then their eyes lit up. Rumor had it that the ancient Primordius Xingqian School had set up 7-star God's secret treasuries, known as the 7-star God's Treasury. A single God's Treasury was comparable to the collection of an ordinary first-rate sect for 10,000 years. In the past, during the chaos of the 7 stars, the ancient Primordius Xingqian School was divided into several branches. As the inheritor of a part of the Primordius Xingqian School's heritage, Xingqian School clearly knew the value of this treasury. It was immeasurable. Even some demon gods would be jealous. Rumor had it that every star God's secret treasury hid a huge amount of pills, spiritual materials, and spiritual roots. There were even primordial treasures and divine materials. At this moment, all the experts present could not help but feel excited, and their eyes turned red. Ha! The Star God's treasury is really a great opportunity. How can we miss out on such an opportunity? A hearty laugh suddenly appeared, as if it came from the horizon. The expressions of Yi Ding, Su Tian, Zhou Qingyun, and the heavenly dog changed. They looked up and saw 2 streamers of light flying over from the horizon. They were like comets sweeping across the sky. Then, they suddenly appeared in front of everyone with a thunderous sound. They turned into 2 men. It's you, Ying Tianqing. Seeing the appearance of the 2 people, Yi Ding and the others were shocked. Ying Tianqing, the king of no end. This name could be said to be well known in the Star Sect. The 4th true disciple, the legendary reincarnation of no end evil ancestor. This was a true giant of Xingqian School. Even though Yi Ding's reputation had risen, and he could call the wind and summon the rain among the many true disciples of Xingqian School, he could not compare to this majestic figure. Everyone felt a huge pressure coming from behind them. There's also the newly risen number 1 inner disciple, poison god Qian Kai. Yi Ding glanced at the silent, black-clothed young man beside Ying Tianqing, and he was secretly afraid. Qian Kai was another person with the surname Xing in Xingqian School. Although he could not compare to him, Qin Feng, Xin Xiu, Wang Daoyi, and the others, he was still an extremely powerful existence. Qian Keiyu, Radiant King Xiao Yuchan, perfected Lord Pofa Lu Qinyang, Sun Empress Ji Huanga, Divine Wood Princess Shun Xiumei, Frost Fairy Guan Ruolin, and the Light and Darkness twins were existences that were not inferior to true disciples. Even in Xingqian School, these people had great influence. For a moment, everyone was afraid. Senior Brother Ying, you came at the right time. Yi Ding's expression was indifferent. Others were afraid of offending this true disciple, but he was not. Junior Brother Yi is right. It's better to come at the right time than early. The Star God's treasure is also the opportunity of Xingqian School. Ying Tianqing's sleeves were fluttering. He did not seem to hear Yi Ding's sarcasm. He raised his head and said, "What do you think, Junior Sister Qing Xian?" "What, Junior Sister Qing Xian?" Yi Ding, Su Tan, Zhou Qingyun, and the others' expressions changed again. There was only one Qing Xian in Xingchen school. That was Ji Qing Xian, who was ranked 5th among the true disciples. Ji Qing Xian was also one of the vice headmasters of Xingchen school. Boom! As if the fire god had descended, 2 fiery red divine lights suddenly appeared. 2 peerless women, like fire phoenixes, appeared in the flames, as if they had walked out of the flames. It really is Ji Qing Xian? Yi Ding's expression darkened, and a trace of unknown fire flickered in his eyes. These people thought that Yi Ding was a fat sheep, and they followed behind him. She's also here, and she has also broken through to the 5th level Holy King realm. Seems like she also had a shocking encounter. Qian Kai's gaze was fixed on Ji Huang, who was beside Ji Qing Xian. Ji Qing Xuan's strength was undeniable. He was a 7th level Earth Saint, and he was not an ordinary one. His aura was as strong as a crazy sun, and it was even more aggressive than Ying Tianqing's. Although Qian Kai knew that his strength might not be able to defeat an ordinary 7th level Earth Saint, he was not confident that he could defeat Ji Qing Xian. Her strength should not be weaker than mine, and she might even be stronger. As the sun's sovereign of this generation, the power of the sun naturally restrains my poison series power. A strange look flashed in Qian Kai's eyes. This was only in the case of a head-on battle. If it was in the dark, Qian Kai believed that he could suppress Ji Huang, the Sun Queen, in all aspects with his strange poison series power. There are only 3 chapters left today. I'm saving up for the new year and preparing for the outbreak after the new year. Chapter 897. After a moment of silence, more and more powerhouses from Xingchen School rushed over. However, there was still a problem in front of everyone. How to find the coordinates of the star's secret vault from the Gate of Stars. After passing through the spatial passage built by the Gate of Stars, Qin Feng appeared on a huge white jade square. The sky was dark, and a towering palace appeared in front of him. There were many pagodas around it. Upon closer look, countless stars appeared in the sky behind the thick black clouds. Where is this? Qin Feng looked around, and his eyes were filled with a hint of thoughtfulness. The environment here was very similar to a mysterious hell recorded in myths and legends. This is the Star Abyss. The remnant soul's figure came from the chaotic realm. The Star Abyss, the legendary hometown of the stars, the origin of thousands of stars. It doesn't look like it here. Qin Feng looked around. There were signs of the power of the stars flowing in this place, but it was extremely weak. If it wasn't for the fact that the 3 top domains were connected, he wouldn't even be able to breathe in and out vital qi. Of course, it's not the real Star Abyss. It's just a secondary realm built by the ancient primordial chaos Xingchen school by intercepting a trace of the power of the Star Abyss. The primordial chaos sect leader snorted coldly. If it's the real Star Abyss, not to mention entering, it can even turn an existence like you into powder by the side. The remnant soul was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. Qin Feng waved his sleeves and didn't comment. He glanced at the pagodas around him. Hundreds of pagodas stood in a forest, guarding the central palace. Each of these pagodas was silver white and suffused with the luster of stars. They were all famous for the rare star divine iron. Even a large force like Xingchen School didn't have much of this kind of star divine iron outside. Hundreds of pagodas formed a huge formation, and an extremely dangerous aura faintly leaked out. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Looking at this ancient formation and formation map, he was a little addicted. Level 9 formation, star source, ancient formation. What is this kid doing? The remnant soul was ready to wait for Qin Feng to ask. Once Qin Feng asked, he would definitely make things difficult for him. However, Qin Feng's actions caused him to be shocked and somewhat puzzled. However, he quickly reacted. This kid is actually comprehending this array. The remnant soul didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A level 9 array formation was an existence that could not be broken in any ruins. According to the remnant souls, even in ancient times, There were very few people who were qualified to set up such a formation in the mountain gate. The remnant soul couldn't help but laugh at the thought of the array formation. Of course, it's an ancient formation that has been lost in Xingqian school. It's almost formed from the origin of stars. Qin Feng thought in his heart, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy. In this ancient and grand level 9 array formation, Qin Feng vaguely felt the mystery of countless stars. As this kind of comprehension integrated into his heart and merged with the chaos star incantation, he felt that countless Xingqian schools' Abhijna secret skills in his mind were easily solved. In fact, in the eyes of a true array master, this was the orthodox cultivation path of an array master. Observe the Tao of heaven, grasp the shape of heaven, borrow the power of heaven, cut off public for private, and create one's own fortune. In Qin Feng's eyes, this array formation in front of him, which others thought was a supreme formation, was a mythical cultivation method that had been flipped open. He suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the star pagoda forest in front of him. Suddenly, his body moved and turned into a stream of light that disappeared into it. Hey, you're crazy. The remnant soul was almost shocked by Qin Feng's sudden action, breaking into a level 9 array formation. He was simply courting death. Even a god fiend might lose his life if he broke into a level 9 array formation. The remnant soul was shocked and wanted to stop him. But in the next moment, a huge force approached him and shackled him. Why are you in such a hurry? This kid won't die. A faint figure appeared. Who's there? The remnant soul's expression changed, and he felt his hair stand on end. An incomparable feeling of fear suddenly appeared. A slender hand grabbed the Chaos Origin Star map. The remnant soul was anxious. The Chaos Origin Star map was his lifeblood. The level 9 Sage Son of Heaven Star Law suddenly appeared and turned into a divine sword that slashed toward the slender hand. Little thing, don't try this on me. The indifferent voice raised a hand and pinched the divine saber, transformed from the laws of stars with 2 slender fingers. How can there be such a terrifying existence? The remnant soul was a little stunned. The 2 fingers crushed the divine sword, and the owner of the slender hand casually picked up the star map. The remnant soul was afraid that he would not be able to resist at all. The remnant soul was so scared that his face turned pale, and he did not dare to move. On the side, the Siren Queen's beautiful face was filled with a touch of thrilling splendor. She looked at the demonic woman who was playing with the Chaos Origin Star map and had a thoughtful look in her eyes. The Siren Queen could not help but think that this cellmate in front of her was really ridiculously powerful. The Siren Queen's gaze fell on Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng had already gone deep into the level 9 array in front of her. Of course, the person in front of her was even more abnormal. Even a level 9 array could not do anything to him. Sometimes, the Siren Queen found it hard to imagine that there was such a heaven-defying monster in this generation. Perhaps only a heaven-defying monster had the ability to capture the demonic woman in front of her and imprison her here alive. There's actually such a monster in the chaotic realm. Qin Feng has really caused me a lot of trouble. The remnant soul wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only watch as his natal treasure was held by the demonic woman. He was unable to resist at all. This is the Xingqian school's Chaos Origin Star map. It's really ingenious. If it's really Deshang, it can totally borrow the power of billions of galaxies for its own use. The demonic woman muttered to herself. Her eyes shone with a strange light. How powerful was the power of billions of galaxies? Even the power of the spirit sea realm could not compare to it. Then, she looked at the level 9 array again. Looking at the black-robed green lotus who looked like he was taking a stroll in the park, she muttered to herself. However, this kid is really abnormal. I wouldn't have been afraid of this level 9 array when I was at my peak, but I wouldn't have dared to go too deep into it. Not only can he come and go as he pleases, but he can also use this array to cultivate. He has comprehended the mystery of the star law and even turned this array into a kind of divine power. The demonic woman had never seen anyone with such attainments in the Tao of array formations. This kind of understanding and comprehension of array formations was comparable to the legendary primordial ancestor. Even the direct disciples of the primordial ancestor did not have this kind of attainment. 6 hours after Qin Feng went deep into the array formation, a spatial passage suddenly appeared above the white jade square. It was like a huge dimensional wormhole. Dozens of voices burst out above the white jade square like streams of light. It's really these coordinates. The Xuanji Star Master's Taishu Xuanji Star secret technique is really powerful. There's nothing wrong with his calculations. A slightly amazed voice sounded. He was full of praise. This person was perfected Lord Qirong. This group of people was Yi Ding, Ji Huang, and other Xingqian school experts who had followed Qin Feng here. There's more later. Chapter 898. The Great Void Xuanji Mystic Technique was also one of the best techniques in Xingqian school. Using the power of the stars as a chessboard, and all living beings as chess pieces, this technique was extremely powerful. In Xingqian school, only the Xuanji mystic sect's Great Void lineage had managed to master it. This is the Star God Treasury. Where did Qin Feng go? Yiding looked around the moment he appeared. However, his face turned gloomy after a glance. Qin Feng was not around. Obviously, he had already entered the Star God Treasury. Yiding's gaze landed on a palace around the white jade square. This Star God Treasury was unimaginably majestic. However, what was even more shocking was the forest of pagodas around it. Vaguely, there was a terrifying feeling coming from the forest of pagodas. As the surrounding people looked around curiously, some of them gradually noticed the magnificent palace. This seems to be the famous Level 9 formation of the ancient Xingqian school, the Star Source Ancient Formation. Ying Tianqing's eyes were filled with shock as he looked around. The Star Source Ancient Formation was said to be a Level 9 formation created by the ancient Emperor of Ziwei by observing the laws of the stars. This formation can draw on the power of billions of stars and create a world of stars. Even a god fiend would not be able to withstand the attack of the stars. This formation was said to have been lost after the chaos of the 7 stars in ancient times. There was a tinge of fear in Qian Kai's eyes. There was also a bitter smile. If he had the primordial restriction breaking bead, he might be able to break through even a Level 9 formation. However, now, he thought of the primordial restriction breaking bead that Qin Feng had snatched away. Qian Kai had the urge to vomit blood. The primordial restriction breaking bead was a crucial item. With the help of supreme spiritual ruins, he had found many relics over the years. However, without the primordial restriction breaking bead, he could only look at some treasures without being able to take them. Qian Kai clenched his fists so tightly that they dug into his flesh. Junior brother Qian, what's wrong? Ying Tianqing noticed Qian Kai's strange behavior. Ying Tianqing had other thoughts about this junior brother of his and thought highly of him. Senior martial brother might not know this, but I've had some disagreements with Qin Feng ever since I entered the Azure Dragon Institute. Now that he was waiting for an opportunity, he might have already entered the Star God's treasure vault. So, it was inevitable that his heart would not be able to calm down. I've made senior martial brother laugh at me. Qian Kai sighed and smiled bitterly. He did not hide anything from Ying Tianqing. Moreover, for an existence like Ying Tianqing, it didn't matter whether he concealed himself or not. If he were to find out, it would create a gap between them, and that would be bad. It doesn't matter. I've also heard of Qin Feng. Although his talent is amazing in this great era, there are many such existences. You and I will protect each other. This kind of existence will be trampled under our feet sooner or later. If junior brother has a knot in his heart, let this foolish brother teach this person a lesson for you. As he spoke, Ying Tianqing's face was filled with confidence. This was absolute confidence in his own strength. In that case, many thanks, senior brother Ying. Qian Kai's spirit shook as he cupped his fists towards Ying Tianqing. Although Qian Kai was not particularly clear about Ying Tianqing's strength, he knew that it was absolutely beyond imagination. Even many of the highest elders of the older generation in the sect would not be a match for this person. Come, let's go in. Ying Tianqing looked at the formation in front of him. Although this formation was frightening, he was not necessarily afraid of it. As the reincarnation of an existence at the level of the ancient evil ancestor, he had not even been to a place more dangerous than this. Sure enough, befriending this person was the best choice. Although I'm also known as a God-favored son, I'm still a distance away from being a real God-favored son. Now, I can only borrow his strength and luck. After this incubation period, I, Qian Kai, will definitely soar to the sky. Being pulled by Ying Tianqing, Qian Kai's eyes darkened. He had other plans in mind. Let's go to. Looking at the two figures entering the formation, Yi Ding hesitated for a moment, but gritted his teeth and made up his mind. A group of 7 or 8 people entered the formation from another formation gate. After weighing the pros and cons, many experts of Xingqian school who followed them finally couldn't resist the greed in their hearts and entered the formation. Blinded by greed, there's no cure. Ji Huang sighed secretly. These people are courting death. How can ordinary people covet the star's secret treasure? Ji Qingxian smiled coldly. Suddenly, Ji Huang said, Ji Huang, did you send someone to keep an eye on Yi Ding early on? I'm Ji Qingxian now. The more mature woman in red glanced at her younger sister beside her, pondered for a moment, and said, in fact, many people in the sect have left some means on Yi Ding, Qin Feng, Wang Daoyi, Xin Xiu, and other people with strong providence. The son of great providence will always receive attention. Isn't this a harvest in front of you? Ji Qingxian smiled faintly. Ji Huang glanced sideways and said for a moment, since you planted spies around Qin Feng and others, why didn't you discover this treasure house in advance this time? Ji Qingxian smiled helplessly. You don't understand. Qin Feng, Wang Daoyi, and Xin Xiu have always been alone. Although many of us have fallen into their subordinate forces, we really can't catch the whereabouts of these 3 people. This time, if it weren't for Yi Ding, we really wouldn't have known that Qin Feng actually found this star god treasure house that slipped through the net. It seems that you treat us, the sons of great providence, as fat sheep. Ji Huang sneered and glanced at Ji Qingxian. Isn't that right? There's no shortage of your spies around me. Of course, this is the protection for you, the sons of great providence. Of course, you eat the meat, and we have to drink some soup. Ji Qingxian admitted frankly. Not to mention you guys, even I, Ji Qingxian, Ying Tianqing, and even Fu Tian, Shi Xian, and Gong Ao have spies from the sect around them. Do you really think those old antiques from the sect are pushovers? But even if you know, so what? The sect didn't snatch the opportunity, which is already a great gift. Receiving a great favor from the sect, it's only natural to receive a part of the reward. After saying that, Ji Qingxian said again, let's go too. I believe that it won't be long before the various existences in the sect know about the appearance of the Star God Treasure House. When that time comes, there will definitely be peerless giants coming. Before that, we'll take as much as we can. After saying that, she grabbed one of Ji Huang's hands, and like a fiery divine light, she also found one of the array doors and entered it. This Star Source ancient array is really powerful. The power of the stars is under control, and by comprehending its mystery, I can almost comprehend most of the Star Divine arts by analogy. If I major in Xingqian School's law, I might directly break through to the 7th level Earth Saint realm. In the center of the array, Qin Feng's body was surrounded by layers of starlight. A layer of bright starlight burst out from his body, and a faint star appeared. His eyes were filled with a trace of joy. But even so, I've improved my star fate further. I'm only one step away from the 3rd realm of Star Lord cultivation. There's more later. 900 chapters will be released soon. After 5 months, More than 700 chapters will be updated every 150 days, and an average of 4 chapters per day. Thank you very much for your support during this period of time, and continue to work hard next year to reach a new high. Chapter 899. Those who were reincarnated from the stars would experience 3 realms after obtaining the mysteries of the stars. Starlight would surround their bodies, the stars would manifest, and the Star Lord would be alive. Only when they reached the last realm would they be able to completely unleash the power of their natal stars. How powerful was an ancient star? Even an ancient powerhouse would not dare to say that he could defeat it easily. For example, the legendary Ziwei Tianzi, who was the reincarnation of the ancient Ziwei Star Lord, was even more powerful. He had conquered 360 main stars and tens of millions of stars, ruling for an era. Qin Feng's natal star was the primeval star. Legend had it that it was the first ancient star born in the star abyss. However, the fate of this main star was a little bumpy. Most of the previous Star Lords had failed to live up to expectations. After eras and eras, the primeval star had become increasingly weak, and its power had been marginalized. It could not be compared to other main stars that were at the peak of their power. There were even records of this star that could only be found in distant myths and legends. However, it was undeniable that although this star had withered power as an ancient main star, its foundation was still there, slightly operating and sensing. Qin Feng seemed to have found an ancient world that was even larger than the Northern Dragon world and the ancient water elemental world. It was a world full of stars, filled with the power of the primeval stars. With a slight movement, the power of the primeval stars immediately fell into his body and integrated into it inch by inch. Some of the flesh and bones in his body were almost crystallized by this extremely huge power of the primeval stars. The crystallized acupoints were like mini stars. It's really powerful. Just this power alone was enough to be twice as strong as the power of the Northern Dragon world and the ancient water elemental world combined. Qin Feng's body seemed to be filled with a layer of solid starlight. This was only a part of the power of the primeval star. If he cultivated the body of a Star Lord, it would be truly terrifying. At this moment, Qin Feng somewhat understood why Xingqian School was so nervous about these reincarnated Star Lords. Once such a person grew to the point where he could communicate with the main star, he would be a true giant with a foundation. However, to be able to reach this step, it was obviously not simple. If it weren't for this level 9 formation of the star system, Qin Feng wouldn't have been able to comprehend the Star Upanishad, touch the original star, and control a part of the primary star's power. Qin Feng moved slightly, and tens of thousands of starlight dots suddenly appeared in his palm. Each starlight was like a real star, faintly triggering the origin of the stars in the sky, as if he was controlling the power of billions of stars. This full-powered attack was so powerful that it could probably sink an ordinary large realm. This was a great ability derived from the star cluster source ancient formation. It was a refined version of the star cluster source ancient formation. It was born from this ancient formation. Qin Feng named it the myriad stars origin technique. This divine ability that he had just comprehended was not inferior to the myriad realms annihilation lightning divine ability. In fact, it was even slightly superior. This kind of divine ability was the most compatible with the Chaos Origin Star Art. To Qin Feng, the myriad worlds annihilation lightning sacred art was a thing of the past. If it wasn't compatible with him, he could only use 60% of its power at most. However, the myriad stars origin technique was the opposite. If it was compatible with him, he could even use 200% of its power. He slightly gathered the starlight and let his sleeves fall. This divine ability was an unexpected surprise for Qin Feng. His gaze fell on the core of the star's secret treasury. From the outside, it could only be considered a somewhat grand palace. However, after entering the grand formation, one would realize that this place was like a primal chaos realm. It was a cluster of star planes, and the several treasure halls at the core of the star god's secret vault were like star planes, hidden among countless illusory planes. Ordinary people would easily get lost inside. If they barged in recklessly and triggered the restrictions formed by these illusory planes, they would easily be trapped and never be able to get out. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. According to the information given by the remnant soul, there were 4 core areas of the star's secret treasury. The first was the weapon cave. It was the place where Xingqian school stored divine weapons. It stored a portion of the ancient chaos Xingqian school's weapons, including some famous ancient and primordial true weapons. The second was the spiritual medicine mountain. As the name suggested, the spiritual medicine mountain was a place to grow spiritual herbs. It stored many spiritual roots and spiritual herbs from the ancient Xingqian school. This was also Qin Feng's main goal for this trip. The third was the pill storage cave. This was the place where Xingqian school stored pills. There were all kinds of pills. The third was the inheritance hall. The inheritance hall was the most confidential place in this treasury. It contained the last inheritance of the ancient chaos Xingqian school. Strictly speaking, these 7-star god treasury were actually the backup plan that the ancient chaos Xingqian school had prepared for itself. Once the inheritance was destroyed and an outstanding person appeared among the descendants, they could use this treasury to restore the Xingqian school's legacy. Most of the sects had such a backup plan. This was also the origin of many ruins. However, not every sect could use it. Most of the sects and families that dominated for a time had unworthy descendants and eventually fell. It was extremely difficult to find these 4 realms among the billions of illusory realms. Even with the information given by the remnant soul, it was extremely difficult to find these 4 realms. However, Qin Feng had now completely comprehended this level, 9 ancient star formation, and the myriad stars origin technique. It was not difficult for him to do so. He activated the myriad stars origin technique and drew the power of the stars directly. As he opened it, countless realms information appeared in his mind. In the blink of an eye, he locked onto a realm that was flickering like a star. He waved his sleeve. Boom! It was as if a huge passage was formed that led directly to the star's secret treasury. In an instant, Qin Feng's body flickered like a stream of light and appeared outside the world in the blink of an eye. At a glance, this was a realm filled with spiritual herbs and spiritual roots. The fields of medicinal herbs were like a wild jungle. There's so many 10,000-year-old herbs and even tens of thousands of spirit beasts transformed from herb kings. Qin Feng stared at this realm as he narrowed his eyes filled with shock. The medicinal aura below surged into the sky, and there were even many auspicious spirit beasts playing around. Those are the real herb kings. Each of them was not inferior to a heaven-grade spirit root. I'm rich. I'm going to be rich. Qin Feng's eyes emitted tens of thousands of rays of golden light. His figure flew into this grotto heaven. Qin Feng even saw a sacred herb that was more than 100,000 years old. It was a white-packed sacred herb. It had transformed into a white dragon turtle spirit beast. It was abnormally agile and had an abnormally domineering aura. This sacred herb was a treasure that could extend one's life. Even if an ordinary person swallowed it, they could live for 3,000 years. If it was a martial Tao cultivator, it would be even more amazing. They could even use it to surpass the shackles of their lifespan and live a second life. Soon, Qin Feng saw another stalk of sacred medicine. It was a sacred herb that looked like an azure dragon. It was a sacred herb that looked like a spirit vine. This sacred herb had unimaginable benefits for the dragon clan. It could replenish one's vitality and strengthen one's physique. If one had the dragon clan's bloodline in their body, they could even transform into a true dragon. This sacred herb had already started to transform into a dragon. The spirit vine was like fine dragon scales. It was like a wood-type azure dragon, and its power was also quite terrifying. Other than that, Qin Feng saw several ancient sacred herbs that were not inferior to the white-pack sacred herb and the azure dragon sacred herb. As for the herb king, that 10,000-year-old herb, there were even more. This is... Suddenly, an ancient spirit root appeared in front of him. It was an incomparably huge ancient tree, and its entire body emitted extremely bright lightning. Chapter 900. The lightning was green and purple in color. The pure lightning didn't have the power of destruction. Instead, it had a trace of vitality. It was rooted on a hillside, and its leaves were swaying. Occasionally, one could see a few green fruits. Many king herbs had transformed into spiritual beasts and rushed into the lightning to be baptized by it, increasing their spirituality and medicinal efficacy. It's the legendary green lightning ancient tree. Qin Feng's shoulders couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes became brighter. The green lightning ancient tree was a mutated heaven spiritual root. It was a top-notch wood and lightning dual spiritual root. The spiritual root in front of him was extremely old, far older than the whirling green tree in Qin Feng's chaos realm. It had already reached the quasi-god level, and its grade was even higher than the whirling green tree. Good stuff. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. With this ancient tree, the thunder elemental realm, the fifth realm of the chaos realm, could be established. Light and darkness, water and fire, and the fifth thunder realm. Among the seven realms, only wind and earth would be left. Move all of them. Qin Feng laughed. His figure flashed, and he appeared outside the realm. With a soft shout, the origin law true force in his body transformed into a huge hand and grabbed toward the realm. Boom! This huge movement spread far and wide. Many Xingqian school experts who were flowing among the countless realms could see that in the middle of the endless realms, a huge figure had captured one of the huge realms. The membrane of the realm was broken, and countless demonic auras rushed into the sky. Countless strange flowers and fruits vaguely appeared, competing with each other in beauty. Oh no, someone has found a spiritual medicine mountain, one of the four most important places in the star God's secret vault. Stop right there. A group of Xingqian school experts panicked and rushed toward the spiritual medicine mountain realm. In a star-field vortex, above countless illusory realms, Yi Ding's face was red. Looking at this scene, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. According to the results of the Star Lord's divination, this treasure should have been all his. Qin Feng, you bastard my opportunity. In a rage, the true force in his body circulated and formed a substantial flame. Boom! His body passed through one plane after another, but his body was entangled by the power of countless illusory planes. Get lost! Yi Ding was enraged. The countless stars around him sliced through the power of the plane like a million divine blades. Rumble! Many realms were suddenly annihilated, but in the next moment, new realms were born, forming star vortexes that sucked in the surrounding space-time and even realms. Yi Ding was infuriated, but he was unable to break free from the entanglement of these planes that were like countless stars. Junior brother Yi, it's better for you to calm down. Outside the vortex, Zhou Qingyun, Su Tian Celestial Hound, Patriarch Black Spirit, True Lord Qirong, and Patriarch Blood Demon appeared. Everyone was resisting the powerful suction force emitted by the countless stars. That's right, Junior brother. We can't forcefully resist this stellar source ancient formation. The more we struggle, the stronger the gravitational force of the stars will be. When that time comes, we'll probably never be able to leave this formation. Celestial Hound looked around at the power of the plane that was like countless light ribbons gathering over. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. His gaze looked at the group of planes that had erupted with a huge phenomenon and landed on the figure that had grabbed it. A hint of jealousy and coldness flashed in his eyes. With so many spiritual herbs and spiritual roots, this person was not afraid of being stuffed to death. Across countless planes, Yi Ding looked at Qin Feng's actions with extreme anger. His chest rose and fell, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Su Tian, and Zhou Qingyun suspected that Yi Ding would completely lose his mind in the next moment. To everyone's surprise, Yi Ding looked at Zhou Qingyun calmly and asked, "Senior Sister Qingyun, what do you think we should do?" A hint of surprise and admiration flashed in Zhou Qingyun's cold eyes. "Junior brother Yi Ding, there are 4 important places in the Star God's secret vault. Other than the spiritual Her Mountain Plain, there is also the Weapon Storage Cave Plain, the Ancient Pill Storage Cave, and the Hall of Inheritance. Although we have lost one of the 4 important places, we can still plan for the other 3. Before I left, Master gave me the Star Gauge mirror. She had already expected this to happen." Zhou Qingyun smiled faintly. The 7-colored mirror in her hand spun and faintly emitted 7-colored divine light. What was strange was that wherever the 7-colored divine light swept past, the extremely tyrannical power of the plains would disintegrate like ice, revealing a path. I really did not expect the Star Master Xuanji to give this item to me. The Heavenly Dog Star Lord looked at the mirror with slight envy. The Star Gauge mirror was ranked 23rd among the star treasures in the universe. The Star Gauge divine light could break through various restrictions, formations, and mechanisms. This treasure was the nemesis of formations and restrictions. Su Tian stood beside Yi Ding and held his hand as she comforted him gently. "Senior brother, don't worry. With the treasure my master gave him, Qin Feng will only benefit temporarily. When the time is right, we will definitely make him spit it all out." The Heavenly Dog Star Lord laughed coldly. "Miss Su is right. That little bastard collected so many spiritual herbs and spiritual roots. Will he be able to keep them all?" Yi Ding patted the young lady's hand as tenderness bloomed in his eyes as he spoke emotionally. "Thank you, junior sister. I know what to do now. Let's go look for the other 3 great treasure lands first. Then we will make Qin Feng spit it all out." The sweet young lady was slightly shy under Yi Ding's gaze, but she felt extremely sweet in her heart. Zhou Qingyun sighed. Her junior sister had previously looked down on him for being a playboy, but in the blink of an eye, she had fallen for him. Looks like Qin Feng has obtained something crucial. I can't believe he found out about the spiritual medicine mountain so quickly. In a cluster of plains that looked like a nebula, 2 fiery red figures were also discussing. Fortunately, I have a good sister. We're all family. In the future, when I refine pills, I'll ask him for a few spiritual herbs. He won't refuse, right? Ji Qingxian chuckled. Her seductive face was filled with a beautiful arc. Ji Feng, or what nonsense are you talking about? Who's family with you? Ji Feng was furious and could not help but glare at her. "Oh, you're anxious. My little Feng is shy. I heard that you're staying in the same room with Qin Feng, and you're still acting like this with your sister." Ji Qingxian shook her head. "That's so sad. You even have to hide it from your own sister. I doted on you for nothing. Who's spreading rumors? I'll tear his mouth apart." After a while, Ji Qingshuan's expression turned solemn. "Now, the spiritual medicine mountain has been taken by Qin Feng. Only the weapon hideaway cave, the ancient pill hideaway cave, and the Hall of Inheritance are left. The ancient pill hideaway cave and the Hall of Inheritance are secondary. The weapon hideaway cave is extraordinary. It's where the ancient Hunyuan Xingqian school kept their treasures. There are many godly materials and treasures collected by the ancient Hunyuan Xingqian school. If you want to refine the East Divine Emperor Bell that's ranked 15th on the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Weapon list, you have to find this important place. There will be more updates later." Chapter 901. Boom. The spiritual medicine mountain was like a ball of light that was grabbed by Qin Feng's hand and integrated into the chaos realm like fine sand. After passing through the creation altar and being refined by the creation altar, its essence fused into the primal chaos realm and gave birth to many planes. Qin Feng distributed the spiritual medicine in the spiritual medicine mountain. Most of them were integrated into the central chaos continent, while the rest were sent to the various dimensions in the chaos realm to stabilize them. Some of the precious herb kings and sage herbs were placed around the holy spring of life in the central chaos continent. The green lightning ancient tree was sacrificed directly. Boom! Under the gaze of many experts in the chaos realm, a ball of divine thunder was born in the void. A dimension was born and rapidly turned from illusion to reality, turning into a huge object that was above many dimensions. Countless wind and thunder surged, and rich vitality was born in the thunder. Thousands of thunder fell together, and the dimension was filled with thunder vitality. What rich thunder vitality! This is really a sacred place for thunder-type cultivation. In a light elemental realm, on the highest throne in the central light mountain, the glorious king's eyes were filled with surprise. "My king, I wonder if we can occupy this sacred place." A four-winged light clan powerhouse's eyes lit up. After pondering for a while, the glorious king looked at the huge ancient tree that was born in the center of the lightning elemental realm. Feeling the huge fluctuation of thunder energy, the glorious king was both excited and fearful. No, the most important thing for us now is to rest and recuperate. This light elemental realm is growing rapidly. With our current strength, we can barely occupy 1/3 of it. The glorious king was a little helpless. It was undeniable that this light elemental realm was the most suitable place for the glorious tribe to rest and recuperate. However, the glorious tribe took a long time to reproduce, and the time it took to grow was several times longer than the other tribes. This made him vexed. If life is born naturally in this light elemental realm in the future, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for the glorious tribe to gain an advantage. At this moment, above the light elemental realm, hundreds and thousands of spiritual lights appeared. Spiritual medicine and spiritual roots. Those hundreds and thousands of spiritual lights were all spiritual medicine and spiritual roots. Moreover, they were all light-type spiritual roots. There was no lack of heaven-level spiritual roots, herb kings that were tens of thousands of years old, and even sage herbs that were hundreds of thousands of years old. The Radiant King looked very excited. Compared to the thunder attribute ancient tree, he valued the light attribute spiritual roots and spiritual herbs more. These were the best things that could boost the strength of the Radiance clan. He knew that he couldn't touch these things for the time being. He could only rely on the power of light emitted by them to cultivate. Buzz, the King of Light's heart trembled. He could clearly feel that the light elemental realm had once again grown by a large portion. The space had become even more stable and spacious. It was not only the light elemental plane that benefited. The water, fire, and darkness elemental realms had obtained abundant spirit roots of various elements. They had become more stable, and their potential had increased greatly. Even in the purgatory realm at the edge, the Madam of Bones also felt that the empty purgatory of bones, which was like a land of death, had gained a lot of vitality. Some strange blood elemental spiritual roots and death elemental spiritual roots had taken root, causing a smile to appear on her frosty face. Qin Feng has become stronger again. Madam of Bones felt a little sour. She couldn't even leave the white bone purgatory world, let alone settle the score with Qin Feng. The longer she stayed in this realm, the more she gradually realized that she was being assimilated. In the center of the chaotic realm, the Siren Queen's eyes flashed with a strange light as she watched this scene. After a moment, she suddenly stood up and bowed respectfully to the demonic woman beside her. Her figure flashed, and she suddenly disappeared from the surroundings of the holy spring of life. The next moment, she passed through many realms and appeared outside of a water-blue realm. This water-blue realm was almost entirely filled with oceans. It was vast and boundless, and there was a large area of water elemental spiritual roots. When spiritual herbs fell into it, they produced many water veins. There was no lack of all kinds of extremely precious acquired true water springs outside. It was like a cold spring, the holy spring of life. Many creatures were being nurtured in the water veins, and their vitality was already budding. Many water tribe powerhouses were inhaling and exhaling the extremely rich water elemental essence in the realm to enhance their water elemental magical powers. There was no lack of martial arts experts among them. Most of these creatures were from the Siren clan. These sirens freely cultivated, reproduced, occupied various water veins, and built underwater residences. It looked abnormally prosperous. This was the water elemental realm. Qin Feng, you've won. After saying that, the Siren Queen smiled bitterly. At this point, she no longer had any leeway to choose. Her figure moved, and her figure gradually disappeared into this huge light blue realm. A wise choice, seeing that the Siren Queen had entered the water elemental realm. Qin Feng seemed to have sensed something, and there was a flash of pride in his eyes. She finally surrendered? Gong Ao, Yiding, this is just the beginning. Since you want to take everything from me, I won't be courteous to you. Your opportunities, your concubines. Hee hee, I'll take care of your women. Qin Feng revealed a sinister smile in his eyes. After devouring the spiritual medicine mountain, the chaotic realm's current power was not inferior to the top primordial realms. Although it was still slightly inferior to the primordial sorcerer realm, primordial spiritual realm, and primordial wilderness realm, it was already comparable to the primordial five elements realm, primordial nine suns realm, and the scattered primordial dragon realm. Next, it's the other three treasure locations. Currently, with those sage herbs, it should be enough for the Queen of Silver Moon to stabilize her pregnancy. Only Qin Feng would be so eccentric as to use sage herbs to stabilize the Queen's pregnancy. Once a sage herb was born, even a prime would fight to the death. Since ancient times, even the primordial divine empress had never enjoyed such treatment. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng immediately locked onto the weapon storage cave. The weapon storage cave hid the treasures that the primordial Xingqian school had plundered. He wanted to refine the Tower of Stars, and the divine materials in the Star Secret Vault were the most important. This was related to whether he could safely survive the third heaven's blight. The weapon storage cave's realm was similar to the spiritual medicine mountain's realm. It was hidden among countless realms. If he were to search for one by one, it would definitely be a difficult task. However, after obtaining the information from the remnant soul, Qin Feng had a way to find a shortcut, even though he did not know the exact location of the realm. He extended a hand, and streaks of starlight flowed on his palm. The starlight stirred the stars, and countless stars vaguely appeared, forming a small star cluster origin ancient formation. Countless information about the plains appeared in his heart like flowing light. The whereabouts of Yi Ding, Ing Wuqing, Ji Qing Xian, and the others appeared clearly in his eyes. Everyone's target was surprisingly the same: the weapon storage cave's realm. There's more later. Chapter 902. Yi Ding, Ji Qing Xian, Ji Huang, Qian Kai. So many old acquaintances. Qin Feng looked at the many stars on his palm and revealed a faint smile. Everyone was approaching the weapon hideout at a rather fast speed. However, to Qin Feng, this speed was still too slow. The origin law true force in his body transformed into pure star power. He activated the 10,000 stars origin technique, and the surrounding stars changed rapidly, forming a huge passage. It led straight to the weapon hideout. This magnificent scene was seen by the experts of Xingqian school who were rushing towards the weapon hideout. Oh no, it's Qin Feng. He can actually ignore the power of the Star Source Ancient Array? Oh no. Many experts were shocked. That little bastard. Yi Ding's face was gloomy, and a flame burned at his heart. When he thought about how all of this should have been his, he suddenly felt like vomiting blood. Let's beat up. Zhou Qingyun's eyes were cold as she looked at the light belt that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. She glanced at everyone and pondered for a moment. Her gaze landed on Yi Ding, and she gritted her teeth. Junior brother Yi Ding, Please lend me a hand. Okay. Yi Ding's expression changed. He took a step forward, and the origin star, true force, entered Zhou Qingyun's body like a ray of divine light. With the help of this true force, Zhou Qingyun's fair face flashed with a strange redness. This feeling of harmony was as if the two of them were close and connected. This kind of intimacy was second only to dual cultivation. Zhou Qingyun's eyes flashed with a strange charm. This scene caused Yi Ding to be in a daze. When Su Tian'er saw this scene, she could not help but feel a tinge of bitterness in her heart. She almost cried, but she held it in. The sweet girl did not say anything. She knew that if Yi Ding could be together with her senior sister, he would receive a lot of help. However, she could not help but feel sad. Boom! At this moment, the seven-colored divine light that erupted from the star gauge mirror was several times larger and thicker. Chi-chi! As the light shone, countless planes were entangled, like a broken bowstring being broken by the rainbow light. The speed of advancement was several times faster. Let's speed up too. On the other side, Ing Tianqing's face darkened, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, an ancient array diagram appeared in his hand, shining with intense starlight. Vaguely, it resonated with the starry plains. Comparatively speaking, his speed was slightly faster. Boom! With one step, Qin Feng appeared in front of a huge plane. Countless starlight spread out under his feet as if a throne had descended. What fell into Qin Feng's eyes was a huge plane. In the plane, the treasure light was dazzling, and an endless stretch of palaces appeared in front of them. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with killing intent. He took a step forward, and suddenly, starlight appeared. Visible to the naked eye, it was a dense mass of silver-armored soldiers. These silver-armored soldiers suddenly appeared before the plane. It vaguely resembled the intersection of the sun, moon, and stars. There was an abrupt and dangerous aura contained within. There are actually so many puppets. Qin Feng looked at this luxurious camp in astonishment. As far as the eye could see, there were many tall silhouettes. These existences were like celestial soldiers and generals. There were countless of them, probably at least tens of millions. With Qin Feng's eyesight, he could see that these silver puppets had formed an extremely powerful battle formation. Even with his current cultivation, if he were to rashly enter, he would probably meet with misfortune. Qin Feng wasn't unfamiliar with such puppets. The ancient primordial chaos Xingqian school was extremely domineering and wasn't as gentle as the current Xingqian school. Many forces were annihilated, and some experts who weren't willing to submit would be refined into these star puppets. There were strong and weak star puppets in front of him. Most of them were below the sea of reincarnation realm, and one couldn't see the end of them. Among them, there was no lack of powerful magnate-level star generals or even almighty-level star commanders. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng took a step forward. With one step, the weather changed. Countless star puppets opened their eyes, filled with killing intent. Kill! An ancient heavenly voice resounded, as if countless silver puppets were roaring at the same time. Boom! Countless starlight intertwined. Unbelievably, all the star puppets turned into starlight and gathered together. A heaven-ripping halberd appeared in the void. The halberd locked on a Qin Feng and suddenly slashed down. Countless space-time shattered. This scene was extremely terrifying. With just a wave of impact, tens of millions of planes in the surroundings suddenly shattered. The halberd suddenly arrived in front of Qin Feng. Celestial Star Demon Subduing Array. Qin Feng's face was gloomy. The Celestial Star Demon Subduing Array had 4 types of transformations. Celestial Star, God, Slaying Halberd. Celestial Star, God, Slaying Sword. Celestial Star, God, Trapping Flag. Celestial Star, God, Slaying Saber. Qin Feng had used the Celestial Star Demon Subduing Array and the Celestial Star God Slaying Saber to kill the entire Radiant Sage Monarch Butterfly clan. The Celestial Star God Slaying Saber was an exceptional ability developed by the Celestial Star Demon Subduing Array that targeted the soul. with one slash. As long as the soul was not strong enough, no matter where one hid, the saint's soul could be killed in one slash. The celestial star god-slaying saber was the strongest single-target annihilation technique. It was also a technique that could destroy the world. Xingqian school would often use this technique when attacking many grotto heavens and worlds. Now, tens of millions of star puppets had fused into the celestial star god-slaying saber. Under this attack, even an ordinary large-scale realm would be shattered. If it was an ordinary 9th-level holy sun, he would be completely killed. What's going on? Has the weapon hideout been occupied by someone? In the chaotic realm, seeing this scene, the remnant soul's expression was gloomy and uncertain. He also did not understand why there would be such a change in the weapon hideout. As his expression changed, Qinfeng looked at this attack and smiled coldly. With a thought, he triggered the primeval main star. A huge amount of energy surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, his aura broke through 7th-level Earth Saint, 8th-level Holy King, and reached 9th-level Holy Sun. 10,000 stars returned to origin, Wuji Immortal. The 10,000 stars returned to origin technique suddenly appeared. It was as if his palm had triggered the entire constellation source transformation formation. The power of the stars in all directions gathered in his palm and suddenly blasted towards the celestial star god slaying saber. Boom! The tyrannical power bombarded the celestial star god slaying saber formed by tens of millions of star puppets. Bang! The celestial star god slaying saber exploded. Visible to the naked eye, countless star puppets were suddenly completely shattered under the huge force and turned into scrap metal. The huge force did not stop and bombarded the weapon hideout. Boom! The huge force directly penetrated the entire weapon hideout. A hole that was dozens of feet wide appeared above the countless palaces in the weapon hideout. It's actually so strong. On a throne in the depths of the weapon hideout, a majestic old man in a silver robe was dumbfounded. The majestic old man in the silver robe was a little strange. Half of his body was like that of a star puppet. Half of his body was silver like copper and iron, while the other half was made of flesh and blood. The two intertwined and were clearly separated. It made him look very awkward, strange, and harmonious. It was the King of Stars. It was also the strongest puppet that the ancient primeval chaos Xingqian school could refine. Its power was not inferior to that of a 9th-level holy sun. This kind of existence was unusually rare. Whether it was the raw materials or the refinement, it was extremely demanding. It required the right time, the right place, and the right people. The King of Stars had been lost since the ancient times and had become a legend. It was said that only the founder of the primeval chaos Xingqian school, Emperor Zhui, had the ability to refine it. Chapter 903. The Star Monarch looked shocked and furious. The strength of the person who came was somewhat unimaginable. However, a trace of brutality and ferocity flashed in his eyes. No matter who you are, you have to die for daring to have designs on my weapon hideout. Since the treasures in the weapon hideout had awakened their intelligence, they had long been regarded as his belongings. He absolutely could not tolerate anyone else touching them. He blasted many puppets with one strike. Qin Feng's eyes swept across the weapon-storing cave, feeling the hidden killing intent in the various palaces. He sneered to himself. Although he didn't know who was blocking him, he was determined to get this treasure vault. With a flash of his figure, he suddenly stepped into the leading treasure-storing palace. Boom! Qin Feng inclined his head. His surroundings shifted soundlessly, as though he had entered the boundless starry space. Countless terrifying sword beams appeared, and faintly, numerous strands of sword chi that could slay paragons appeared. Celestial Star Slaying Sword. Qin Feng's face darkened. The Celestial Star Slaying Sword was the strongest killing technique. It could transform the Celestial Star Demon Vanquishing Formation into the Celestial Star Slaying Formation. Once an expert was trapped, it could be said that heaven and earth would not be able to help. Die. In the void, the sound of ancient killing could be faintly heard. A sword chi that reached the heavens, and the earth slashed down from the endless void, locking onto Qin Feng. This sword chi vaguely had a vicious intent to destroy heaven and earth. If it were an ordinary evil god, they would most likely die when they encountered this sword chi. This attack was much more dangerous than the celestial star slaying God Halberd. Using a formation to deal with me? You must be dreaming. Tens of thousands of swords shot out in unison, and the killing intent was numbing. Qin Feng stretched out a hand, and the Chaos Star incantation transformed into the Myriad Stars origin technique. The power of the primeval main star appeared again, and this time, there was also the power of the Northern Dragon Realm. These two forces intertwined, and a huge force surged. Qin Feng clenched one hand into a fist and smashed into the void like an ancient star. Bang, 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 bang. The enormous force swept out. Everywhere it passed, the sword chi that could penetrate the heavens and the earth suddenly exploded, and it didn't stop there. Moreover, the countless palaces behind it seemed as if they'd been flattened by the enormous force. The entire celestial star devil subduing battle formation was completely shattered. Boom, boom, boom. They were like fireworks. In the blink of an eye, half of the remaining elite star puppets in the weapon storage cave had been destroyed. They had turned into scrap metal. The remaining half also had fearful expressions on their faces. He actually destroyed the great celestial star array with his bare hands. On the throne, the Star King's face twitched and her eyes turned ugly. This time, it was not the same as the previous gathering of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Most of them were star generals at the level of magnates. There were hundreds of star generals at the level of martial experts. There were even a dozen star marquises who were at the level of ancient saints. In all fairness, even some ancient peak level 9 Elysian children would have a hard time dealing with this. Qin Feng glanced around. The weapon hideout was surrounded by numerous treasure vaults. These treasure vaults contained many spiritual items and godly materials. With his divine eyes, although they were sealed, the light of the treasures seemed to have rushed out of the various treasure halls. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Through Xingye's senses, a group of people was rapidly approaching. A nebula appeared on his palm, reflecting the scene beyond the countless stars. Ying Tianqing and Qian Kai's figures appeared. Qin Feng landed on the array diagram on Ying Tianqing's palm. With just a glance, Qin Feng recognized it. It was the array diagram of the Star Source Ancient Array. No wonder they came so quickly. Qin Feng frowned. Based on their speed, they would arrive at the weapon hideout surroundings in at most an hour. I have to end this quickly. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the depths of the weapon hideout. Did those rats think they could stop him by hiding in the dark and launching a sneak attack? Damn it! Seeing the many star puppets under her command being destroyed and crippled, a cold glint flashed in the Star King's eyes. Boom! At this moment, the ground under her feet trembled violently. The intensity of the tremors made it seem as if the entire plane was trembling. What tricks are they playing now? Qin Feng glanced around. The existence in the dark was hiding in the depths of the weapon hideout's realm. He couldn't take the initiative to attack. There were many restrictions and mechanisms hidden in the weapon hideout. It was mysterious and unpredictable. How dare you covet the weapon hideout? No one can save you. A scepter appeared in the Star King's hand. If there were experts from Xingqian School here, they would see it. It was the Star God Scepter, a high-tier supreme treasure that was ranked 65th among the 365 supreme treasures of the Star Sect. The Star King had a strange origin. In fact, she was a sorcerer god in the immemorial sorcerer god era. Her title was Star Sorcerer King. She was unlucky. At the end of the sorcerer god era, she barely became a sorcerer god and happened to encounter the rise of the immemorial Sway Sovereign. She was sealed by the immemorial Sway Sovereign. It wasn't easy for her to survive until the end of the immemorial era. In the end, she encountered Emperor Zi Wei when he was born. He was captured by Emperor Ziwei and cultivated into the Star King. The Star Sorcerer King was also very tenacious. Originally, it was impossible for him to awaken his original will after being cultivated into the Star King. Perhaps it was because of the arrival of a great era that his luck recovered. He unexpectedly recovered and regained control of his own will and even his body. All these years, he had been in the weapon hideout cave, secretly using the spiritual items in the cave to cleanse the restrictions in the Star King's body with the intention of restoring his flesh and blood body. At this time, he was already half full. He only needed to completely cleanse the restrictions in the other half of his body and restore his sorcerer god body. Then, he would use the various supreme treasures in the Star God Secret Vault to advance to the demon god level of the Sorcerer God King. However, he didn't expect to meet a terrifying existence like Qin Feng. Both of his attacks had been completely destroyed. However, he had been in the weapon hideout cave for hundreds of years. He definitely didn't only have these methods. He still had other powerful trump cards. They were the 24-star Marquises. These 24-star Marquises were the 24 strongest saint-level star marquee puppets that he had chosen to refine since he had awakened. They were then buried in the 24 largest metal elemental spiritual veins in the weapon hideout cave's dimension for hundreds of years. At this time, each of them was not inferior to a level 7 Earth Sage. The 24 combined to set up the 24 divine, baleful god-fiend formation created by the sorcerer ancestor in the primordial age. These 24 divine, baleful sorcerer god puppets received a trace of the primordial 24 sorcerer god kings, that was scattered in the endless depths. They had the power to slaughter prime martial artists. Once He, who was outside the dimension, stepped into it, no matter how powerful he was, he would die without a burial ground. As long as you dare to enter, I'll definitely make you die without a burial ground. The Star Sorcerer King looked into the void, his eyes flashing with coldness and cruelty. In the void, Qin Feng sized up the weapon hideout cave from top to bottom. He circulated the myriad stars origin technique and sensed the stars. He could vaguely sense that there were 24 streaks of baleful aura that soared into the sky lying in ambush underground, faintly forming a huge formation. It seems to be a method of the primordial sorcerer path. After sizing it up for a while, Qin Feng touched his forehead. You're still trying to ambush me from all sides? I don't have the time to play such tricks with you. There's more later. Chapter 904. The Myriad Star Origin Technique appeared once again. The power of the primeval main star descended, followed by the Northern Dragon Domain, and then the power of the ancient water element world. Qin Feng didn't use his strongest primal chaos domain. 3 massive forces surged into his body like a torrential river. Crackle. Rich starlight emerged from his pores. Wherever it passed, the power of the stars would infect space-time, turning it solid. At that moment, Qin Feng's aura had already reached the peak of the 9th stage. Myriad Star Origin, Limitless Immortality. The power of the stars was summoned, turning into a huge starlight hand that blotted out the sky. Under the Star Monarch's stunned expression, the hand slammed into the weapon storage cave. Crack! Crack! The entire ground suddenly cracked. Under the Star Monarch's shock, countless earth veins shattered, and the entire weapon storage cave seemed to have collapsed. Unexpected. Truly unexpected. Qin Feng did not fall into the trap as he had imagined. This strike split the entire plane into pieces, not to mention the Heaven Fiend Celestials in the 24 earth veins. Boom! Caught off guard, the 24 Heaven Fiend Celestials sank deep into the earth veins as the earth veins collapsed. For a moment, they were like small boats capsized in a tsunami. All of you come here. Countless treasures and spiritual materials scattered along with the collapse of the plane. Qin Feng's spiritual light shone brightly as many divine lights soared into the sky. There was no lack of extremely precious divine materials. You can't escape. You can't escape. Qin Feng's eyes were sharp, and his gaze landed on a few of the divine lights. Stellar steel essence, firmament green jade, stone of space-time, dragon god blood jade, heart of curse. Among them, the silver-white divine item that emitted silver light like a heart was the key to refining the Tower of Stars. There was also the stone that emitted the power of space-time and could vaguely suppress space-time. These were all primordial treasures. Priceless. All of you, come here. Qin Feng waved his sleeve. His huge palm suddenly reached out and grabbed the broken weapon hideout, sending into the primal chaos realm. Countless spiritual materials and divine materials fell into the domain like a storm. These spiritual materials had their own consciousness. They would automatically seek out suitable environments for their growth and take root in various planes. Qin Feng roughly scanned the items with his divine sense. There were at least 100 primordial treasures among them. As for the ancient grade rare treasures, there were thousands of them. As for the more regular heaven-ranked spirit materials, they were even more innumerable. These treasures were enough to turn an unranked sect into a second-rate sect. However, this was only 1/3 of the spiritual materials and godly materials in the weapon storage cave. Qin Feng locked onto the remaining 2/3 of the collapsing continents of the weapon hideout and reached out with his hand again. Bastard, you dare! The Star Monarch seemed to have woken up from a dream. With a loud roar, he turned into a ray of starlight and threw a punch at Qin Feng. So, it's a Star King that has developed its own will. It's at the 9th level of the Holy Son of Heaven. No wonder it dares to attack me. He smiled faintly. However, he's still an ant. He had mastered the myriad star origin art and awakened the power of the 2nd level of his natal star. Such an existence was nothing to fear. Ant-like thing, Qin Feng turned his strength, and his large hand swept across the air and grabbed the Star Monarch. With a squeeze of a huge force, the Star Monarch's body, which was refined with divine iron, was almost deformed. His eyeballs were almost squeezed out, and his fear was tangible. Only now did he feel the gap between him and Qin Feng. This kind of power was comparable to the 9th level of the Holy Son of Heaven. Those ancient existences were enough to shake supremes. A huge force squeezed. Spare me, the Star Monarch screamed miserably. His body was like scrap metal, erupting with lightning and flames. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret. Your Holiness, spare his life. This old man has the refining method of the Star Puppet. If I refine him according to this method, I'll definitely be able to refine him again and let your Holiness completely control this Star Monarch at the Holy Son of Heaven level. The voice of the remnant soul sounded in his ears. Qin Feng's heart stirred. He threw the Star Monarch, who was almost crushed to death, into a chaotic realm and imprisoned him. Boom! The large hand scooped up the broken weapon cave several times, scooping up all of it and integrating it into the chaotic realm. Among the many experts in the chaotic realm, spiritual materials rained down from the sky again. The sight of so many spiritual materials and even divine materials left everyone dumbfounded. Usually, even a single heaven-level spiritual material was enough for them to fight to the death. Now, not only heaven-level spiritual materials, even legendary primordial and primordial treasures had appeared one by one. Many world lords were a little envious, and there was no lack of true divine materials. However, many world lords just watched. They were very clear that these things would become the foundation of the chaotic realm's growth in the future. It was not a problem to take a small portion, but if they took it recklessly, they would not have a good ending. This guy with these 2 treasure vaults, the chaotic realm, can at least save thousands of years of evolution. The Demoness felt that the chaotic realm's power was rapidly increasing. Boom! In the void, there seemed to be 2 thunderbolts. Visible to the naked eye, 2 illusory dimensions were born from the creation altar, and they were growing rapidly. One of the dimensions was a dimension that was filled with strong winds. The rich wind essence seemed to have turned into a green storm in this dimension. A ball of rich wind that could not be dispersed flowed in the center. Wind type, divine material, firmament green jade. On the other side, there was an earthy yellow dimension that was filled with endless majesty and pressure. It was vast and boundless, and the earthy yellow energy was so rich that it could not be dispersed. In the center, there was a ball of earthy yellow soil that was wriggling and slowly integrating into the dimension. Earth-type divine material, Mother of Earth. A seed silently streaked across countless dimensions and came to the earthy yellow dimension. It fell into the center, and in the rich earth-type essence, it took root and sprouted at a speed that was praiseworthy to the naked eye. The grayish-brown bark had the texture of a mountain rock. This small tree turned into an ancient tree in the blink of an eye, and its branches covered the sky. Earth Ancient Tree. This was an earth-type, divine, spiritual root. This seed was obtained by Qin Feng from the earth god's secret realm. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of a way to nurture it. However, regardless of whether it was the living spirit spring or other types of spirit springs or secret techniques, they were all unable to hatch it. However, at this moment, it finally recovered, and it directly became the world tree of the earth elemental dimension. Countless iron essence of various colors fell into it, nurturing or veins and stabilizing its foundation. In the blink of an eye, this place was built into a huge dimension. Then the earth elemental dimension and the wind elemental dimension appeared. Earth, water, wind, fire, lightning, light, darkness, the 7 elemental dimensions gathered. Qin Feng could vaguely feel that the primal chaos dimension had completely merged, and a strange magnetic force was born, turning the primal chaos dimension into a true whole. There was a sign that he was about to transform. The huge origin energy merged into Qin Feng's body, and Qin Feng could vaguely feel that he had returned to the peak of his previous life. At this moment, on the other side, Ying Tianxing and Qian Kai appeared around the weapon storage dimension. There's more later that you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.